The Masters is closer to normal, but not quite there. The grandstands aren't set up, and the crowds are limited. But it's closer, which feels good. This tournament has always been primarily a magic trick. A welcome illusion played on a crowd eager for the escape of believing. That's why we're all drawn to it year after year. Bobby leads to Arnie, leads to Jack, leads to Tiger, who are all really just the same character in our imaginations anyway. Of course, things have changed, as we can see in the second COVID Masters. Still, I find myself eager to suspend my disbelief. To live in a world where everything is still predictable and stable, where I know that whether the Masters is in November or April, the golf course will look the same as it always does, and that it will offer 4 days of a familiar ritual. And what is a ritual if not an offering? A way to both mark time and to feel like it is within our power to shape.
Welcome to the Masters. It's round 2 of the 85th Masters. I'm Roger Twibell, and it's great to be with you from the Augusta National Golf Club in Augusta, Georgia. So far on this Friday, overcast skies, little to no wind early in the day. The breeze is starting to pick up just a bit. Temperature at 80 degrees. Forecast mostly cloudy for the remainder of the afternoon. We've got some highlights for you. We had some good scores earlier today. The opening round, of course, was all about Justin Rose, the 7 under 65. So this is Rose, got off to a bit of a shaky start. This after par 3 fourth, not able to get that putt onto the green to make bogey there. And then at the 6th, another par 3, this long birdie attempt. And just not enough speed, and watch this. These greens are so fast. It'll go all the way back down to the front, and he would make bogey there. But Rose was able to turn things around on the second 9, just like he did yesterday. And this for birdie at 14. And then at the 16th, made birdie here yesterday. And Justin Rose with the birdie there to move back to 700, where he started the day. Mark Leishman, this is second shot at the first. 445-yard par 4, and what a terrific golf shot right there for Leishman. So he would start off with the birdie at 1, and how about at the par 5 second? Another one. So Leishman off to a great start, getting the 2 under. And then at the 3rd, short par 4, his second. Oh, well done right there. And what a start for Leishman. Birdie, birdie, birdie. Then Diesberger began the day at +2. This for birdie at the 1st. Look at this. Well judged. Last roll. Bottom of the cup. And then at the 5th, for yet another birdie. And what a start by Diesberger. On to the 10th. At 3 under. And another birdie down to 4 under par. So shoots 31 on the first 9, birdies at 10, and then Cam Smith, the par 3 12. Oh, terrific golf shot right there. He would make birdie. Smith would move to 3 under, and then to the par 5 13th, his second shot. Look at this. Brilliant. And Smith with an eagle at 13 to move to 500 par. Tony Finau at the par 4 9, just off the green. No problem whatsoever. Tony Finau would move to 3 under. So after birdies at 8 and 9, Finau rolling along nicely. This at 14. And what a great golf shot here. And Finau with another birdie. And he would move to 4 under. Jordan Spieth at the 10th. His second shot. Well done. Spieth the birdie. Justin Thomas has started to make a move. At 1 under, this for birdie at the 11th. And then on to the 12th. 154 yards today. Yeah, outstanding golf shot. And he would make birdie there. Thomas would move to 3 under par. So, in the second round, right now, at the 85th Masters, Justin Rose leading the way at 7 under. Leishman, a 67 today. Finau now at 5 under par. Justin Thomas now at 5 under par. Wiesberger with a 66. And then Cameron Smith at 4 under, along with Brian Harmon and Si-Woo Kim. And Jordan Spieth and Patrick Reed there at 3 under par. Zalatoris also at that number, along with Cameron Champ. Ryan Palmer, 68 today. Matsuyama and Webb Simpson also at 2 under par. And then Fleetwood, Scheffler, Morikawa, Sink, and Connors, all in red numbers. And we'll go to 16 and Justin Thomas. ...175 yards today. It's a very difficult hole location to reach. And the danger is obviously going over the back of that green. As we'll move over to 11 now, and Brian Harmon, his third at the par 4. These greens are just so fast. Over at the par 5 15th, Cameron Smith getting set for his third. Remember yesterday, he hit a beautiful 7-iron in here and made eagle. So it's already eagle to 13th. Coming off a bogey at 14, moving back to 4 under. Just 65 yards. Oh, careful now. Oh, goodness. What a difference a day makes. Well, yesterday it just was spectacular. A 7-iron into this par 5. How about this golf shot? And he hit a terrific shot at 13 just a few minutes ago. So that would be eagle there yesterday. He made eagle at 13 today, but now struggling at 15 right now. So Smith now getting set for his 5th shot. This whole location just 10 paces from that front edge. No, that's what you had to do that time. You just couldn't take a chance, and obviously very frustrated with that situation. But he'll have that putt for bogey. Cameron Smith really had it going, had moved to 5 under, and within 2 of the lead after that eagle at 13. As we take a look at the leaderboard, and Justin Rose, of course, opened up with a 765, battled back today, even par round. Tony Finau for birdie, that at 16. So Finau coming off the birdie at 15 to move to 5 under. Plenty of pace right there, and just wouldn't go. Justin Thomas will be next to play. Thomas opened with a 73, had a birdie at 1, got another at 8, and then birdies at 12, 13, 14, and then the birdie at 15. So Thomas now at 5 under. This putt for birdie, straight up the hill. Well, not too bad. You just get concerned that if you hit a putt like Finau did, and you don't catch part of the cup with a flagstick, you're going to have some major issues. Now, Harman, this for par, and not able to convert. So Harman with the bogey at 11, 1 under on the first 9. Jordan Spieth, this at 15, this for eagle with the putter. Saw what he did here yesterday when he made eagle. And look at this tracking. Goodness sakes. You have to respect these greens. You don't want to play defensively, but then again, as we take a look at yesterday, he got very lucky here. Little pitch down the slope, and it's picking up speed, and it just center cut. Looks at his caddy, Michael Correa. So Spieth will have a tap in there for birdie, and now back to Finau. This first par at 16, and this to remain at 5 under. And nicely done there by Tony Finau. See, eagle at 2. We're off to a great start, and now Smith for bogey. This is going to be such a fast putt, breaking left to right. Look at it pick up some speed. So an eagle there yesterday, a double today as we move over to the tee at 17 and Tony Finau. Heading down the left-hand side. And it's going to be okay. That just a moment ago, and now live with Justin Thomas. 440-yard par 4. Oh, what a terrific drive right there by JT. At 5 under, 2 off the lead. Now at the 11, second for Siwoo Kim. Three under on his round today. And well judged right there. Really a nice golf shot. and tracking back towards that hole location at 11. Well done. Now, Dustin Johnson, the defending champion. It's a 3 over. This for birdie. And this is what happens if you get just a bit too aggressive, and that is still moving, and it's still moving, and goodness sakes, look at this.
Should be cut. Yep. The left cover. Yep.
Spieth now, 16.
Dang it.
And that started well left of the white shirt. That was another white shirt.
It certainly was. And now, what becomes almost inevitable. And here's DJ. This is for par.
Oh, and he's hammered that, has he? Okay. Had to get it up, so that's pretty good.
Yes, he did, Nick. To 17.
Yes, and Bryson DeChambeau making a move today. He's 3 under the card, 1 over for the tournament. This to go 1 better and get it back to even. So, DeChambeau, birdies at 13, 15, and now 17. And he's trying to turn things around here in the second round of the Masters. And good scores so far today. Leishman, the 67. Wiesberger, the 66. Finau is 7 under on his round. Very gentle conditions earlier today. Overcast skies as we go to the 12th tee, and Ian Poulter. ...154 yards, and that comes up short.
Upper 40 shot right at Brendan's ball. Yes. Okay.
At 18, Patrick Cantlay. This for birdie. He is at +9, and he's played some very good golf this year. A lot of people had high expectations for Cantlay. Well, nicely done there. But a struggle, to say the least, as at +8, a round of 73 today. So he will not be around for the weekend. And now at the 7th, Sergio Garcia. He has this for par. A break from right to left, and he just hit it. Wow. And we'll move to 13 and Bernard Liner. He's at +6. This is second at the par 5. And just laying up there. So, Poulter, after finding the water at 12, his 3rd. And that sometimes happens. You're just not going to take any chances. And if I'm going to miss, I'm going to miss long, and that's what Poulter did right there. And so we'll move over to 17. Louis Oosthuizen. Take a look at his situation. Just about 5-6 feet off the fairway. 17, that hole location is on the right-hand side. 1 under on the first 9, all pars so far on the second 9. So he is at +3. The projected cut right now is right there at +3. So the tree shouldn't be an issue for him. And he does find the putting surface, but that will be something to watch right there. That birdie attempt for Oosthuizen. Now this is Hudson Swafford at the 15th. This is fourth shot. He is at 10 over. And we'll move to 16 and Jordan Spieth. This is for birdie. And that's okay. A short putt for his par there. And we'll move to the tee at 18. Bryson DeChambeau.
This might be too far right, Nick.
Yeah, that's
Drop it on the inside, rotate it through, crunch, clatter, didn't kick left, obviously. 17.
Very good position here on the left side of the fairway for that centre right hole location. Needs to turn a little more. Just tucked in there on that little step on the right side. That feeds about 3 yards off the front.
Yeah, that whole location's on a knife edge, isn't it?
It's sure, isn't it? Over at 11.
Might have been a little bit of rain overnight. So the greens look a little greener, but it's still fast. Good attempt by Kim.
아깝습니다.
Not to hit that one that much higher.
너무 좋은 퍼트였는데.
To 6. And the 6th hole. Xander Schauffele, even par.
Yeah, there's the famous plateau back right. Oh, Vern!
I don't.
Nearly had you falling out your tower with another one.
What a tee shot. Goodness.
Interesting that it did sit right there. So as we're talking, just a little bit more moisture, grayer skies, and it's flags are still extremely difficult, but obviously they can stop it now. A little bit more confidence.
He is really a gifted young player. Obviously. To 17.
Now Justin Thomas. 130.
for Augusta. 4 under on the par 5s. Chip that up there and runs it right by the hole, so that remaining for his par. And a group there at 5 under par along with Leishman and Thomas. Second round of the Masters. Well, yesterday was a challenging day, but a lot of great shot making. Let's take a look back to some of the shots of the day. This Dustin Johnson at the 11th. His third just trickles onto the putting surface. And how about that? Got a birdie there at the 11th. And then this at 15, Jordan Spieth. Maybe he hit it just a little bit too hard. That's got a lot of speed there at the par 5. The Eagle. Yeah, maybe I got away with one. And then Mark Leishman. This is the par 3 4th hole. And how about this chip here? Wow, what a great shot by Leishman. And then McIntyre at 17 going upstairs. Look at this. Wow. How creative was that? And then Matthew Wolf. Not a lot of room to work with right there, but just enough to make birdie. And then Tommy Fleetwood at +4, struggled all day, came to the par 3 16th, and there you have it, folks. What a great game. What a great game this golf is. Gotta take a look at the leaderboard here in the second round. Justin Rose, a bit of a struggle in the first 9 today, but brought it back, even par 72, and he leads by 2. Spieth, Wiesberger, Siwoo Kim all at 4 under, and then Reed, Zalatoris, and Harmon at 3 under par. As we'll move out to the 7th and the 3rd for Lee Westwood. He's at 6 over. And will that work its way back towards the hole just a bit? Well, Westwood has played some terrific golf over the last month, and had a struggle yesterday in the opening round. Looking at a projected cut right now of +3. So now to 17, and this long birdie attempt by Louis Oosthuizen. Just can't have too much speed here. Can't have too much speed. And that will settle down. So he'll have that for his par, and Justin Thomas might have learned something from that one. And Thomas, well, pretty good line right there, but once again, it's a speed issue. Where that hole location is at 17, just 5 paces off the right, that's a very difficult portion of the green as we move to the tee at 17, and Jordan Spieth sends this down the right side. It's a nice bounce and a good tee shot there. So Spieth, after that win in San Antonio at the Texas Open last week, he'd been playing some outstanding golf. Things are, really coming together for him as we move to Sebastian Munoz. His second at 14, and that's a good solid golf shot right there. Now Daniel Berger on the tee at 6, 183 yards, and at 6 today, the back right hole location, and that is going to present an interesting second right there. You're going to have to be extremely careful with that, not to lose it on the right-hand side. Now out at the 11th, the second for Joaquin Niemann. He is at 3 over. Front left hole location here at this demanding 505-yard par 4. And this is a terrific golf shot right here by Niemann. So that putt for birdie as we move back to Justin Thomas for par at 17. Oh, well done. He knows it. Now, Bryson DeChambeau is at the 18th. That was his second shot, so he saw his tee shot go into the woods, but it was far enough up and presented a good enough angle, and what a terrific second shot there. So DeChambeau with a chance for birdie. Now back to Tony Finau for his par at 17. And
Good little chip and save there for Tony. He too, like Justin Thomas, 5 under. But 7 under today. Here at 9.
Matsuyama is 1 over for the day.
Yeah, opposites today got to come from the left-hand side of the, because golfers left as they play to that whole location.
Nice birdie for Hideki. Now 33 coming in today for Justin Rose. Meanwhile, Justin Thomas moved into a tie for second. Wonderful second putt at the 17th. Mark Leishman, 67. Finau with a hole to play also at 5 under par.
Welcome to the land of the heavenly greens, brimming with history.
Legends made history here.
From the iconic oak to the heritage of the Masters.
How about that shot? Spectacular.
Patrons bear witness to history in the making.
He's a Masters champion.
Experience the next chapter of the legacy. The Masters 2021. Live April 8th to 12th on Star Sports.
The key of it.
And Fratelli not able to convert there, so he's at +5. Needs to try to make something happen here. The projected cut at +3. So Fratelli played his college golf at Texas. We'll go to 18, Tony Finau. That's a good looking drive. Doesn't turn too far to the left, and it does. Boy, it's very deceptive as you're watching that tee shot. It's an uphill tee shot. Gentle dog leg to the right, and that golf ball just turned over there at the end as we move to 17 at Jordan Spieth.
Little right to left breeze. Okay, stay on that same side of the green. Doesn't have to putt across the ridge.
I start hearing it in the trees.
18.
Thomas. Backing off driver.
Yeah. I like that. They're in a great fight here. 7 under and 6 under for the low round of the day. It's worth it. Get a lovely piece of crystal. Might be a little blocked.
At 18, what a 3 this would be. This for a round of 67.
DeChambeau for birdie, and yes, the final hole. And what a bounce back for Bryson DeChambeau. How about that? Birdie's 3 of the last 4, a round of 5 under 67, and into red numbers at 1 under after 36. Oh, this is a tough game. This is a tough game. Oh, he struggled so much yesterday with distance control. Now, Brian Harman, his 3rd out at the par 5 13th. Harman's played some solid golf over the last 5 to 6 weeks. Munoz, we saw that really good second shot in there at 14. He's a +2 and has this for birdie. That was a good effort. This slides by on the right-hand side. Out of the 6th at par 3, Daniel Berger. His 2nd. Bump it into the edge of the green right there. And Yeah, that's well done. And on the tee at 16, the fella in the suspenders right there, folks, is Sandy Lyle. He'll have an interesting putt right there for his birdie. Victor Hovland, this is at the 9th, his third. And at +2. Boy, the question is, do you try to bump it in there, or do you put the ball in the air a bit? And this has been the situation yesterday and so far today. It's just it's a guessing game. And Matt Jones now at 16, he's at even. And will it stay? Will it stay? Will it stay? Okay. Nicely done right there. Well, Matt Jones will have a decent look at birdie at the par 3 16. Now, back to the par 3 6, Patrick Reed.
Delicate touch.
One under for today through 6. And we'll go to 70.
Some interested onlookers behind the 17th green. Jordan from 30 feet.
Jeepers, Ian Baker Finch.
Unbelievable there, champ. Does he love this place? Perhaps more than anyone. Second, his first 3 trips here in 2014, 15, 16. So Spieth moves to 5 under as well. Here we are at 7.
First look at the 7th hole. John Rahm in the greenside bunker. Not a lot of room to work with this hole location. And well played by Rahm.
Yeah, here I'm right there. I had a very good lie.
Up to 13.
This is a birdie attempt for Harmon. To get under par for the day. Got a hot golfer coming in, including third at the Players and also reaching the quarterfinals of the match play. We're back to this group now that has had such a big day of climbing the board, including Justin Thomas.
So we just literally on that left-hand tower, just a smidgen left of the flag. This dreaded leg action, it doesn't work the same and the arms do something different. Because of the slope, serious upslope at the 18th fairway.
There's 8 green at the bottom. 9th hole to the left of that. There's 1 over to the far left. Now, Tony Finau has said before that fairway bunkers seldom give him an issue because of his steep attack angle. He always hits ball first and usually does it perfectly clean. Uh-oh, that's a rare announcer hex right there. I mean, if you're gonna miss, you might as well miss by a lot.
Wow, that's not the place to miss it though.
Gosh, he was right at the bottom of the...
Yeah, that was a little quick, wasn't it? It didn't quite have that millisecond of pause in the transition.
He comes here again at 7 under, which Cam Smith had it, Nick, to 7 under after he eagled 13, backed up with a bogey and a double bogey at 14-15. So Finau right now has the best round in play. Bernd Wiesberger, though, out really early, shoots 66. Mark Leishman, 67. Bryson, we saw him finish with birdie for 67. Here's Koepka over at the 9th for birdie. He's got to make up some ground.
Well, I chatted to him on the practice facility. His knees are really not good, Jim. I mean, he's probably got a painkilling injection in there so he can survive the day. So this is physically really hard work for him.
His surgeon is here with him, Dr. Neil Elatraj. The operation on his knee was 3 weeks ago. We're back here at the 18th. You see Finau missing that green far to the right.
Great side angle view. You saw how it climbs uphill all the way to the edge of the green and then downhill to the flag. Same old story. Have to be a bump and run. Or you play the percentage and try and get it to bite and accept it could go 10, 12 feet past, but you would have a reasonably easy putt to read though.
Tony's put some low rounds together here at Augusta. Nick, you remember the year that he dislocated his ankle? The bone actually popped out during the par 3 tournament and still somehow managed to come back and play. Shot 66 the last day of that year. And then in 2019, he shot 64 on the Saturday round. And they got him into the final grouping on Sunday, playing with Tiger's victory number.
The year of the ankle injury, he's so talented. He played with his feet together, so he basically didn't use his feet. Just played with hands and arms. Right, where's he going to land this?
Opens it up.
Yeah, the last yard. Excellent.
Back on the tee, Jordan Spieth now in a tie for second.
It's not really his favorite tee shot, this one.
You heard him say he fears that's going to be up in the lip. We'll see. Let's go to 13. Where Siwoo Kim's ready to attack from 188.
You can see with that ball at least 6 inches above your feet. Kind of helps when the flag's on the left side.
How good is that?
대단한 샷입니다. 이글. 자, 그러면
There's a live look down at
6 under.
the 18th green. Justin Thomas is on that left-hand side.
Coming across the green, tight fraction uphill. A couple of guys have left it short. Adam Scott right on the edge.
He's got this for 65 if he hits it. With his recent form, Nick, in this round today, having just won the Players, he is going to be a tough man to beat this weekend.
It's a great mindset. 3 over yesterday, and we knew that he could find a way to chip it back. He could have got to 1 under. He created the chances, finished 1 over, and obviously let loose today. Louis at this time is on the cut line at 3 over.
Third member of this group. And of course the past runner-up. And I think the threes, you're still hedging on that one. It's tied 47th right now. Top 50 and ties make it. The 10-shot rule was taken away in 2020. And that will erase any doubt.
That's a big help. Obviously reading Tractor Weekly last night relaxed him for another great day.
With this grouping, sure had a good time of it today. 70's going to be the worst round in the bunch. Now, Finau has this putt. We've seen him putting while looking at the hole a couple of times the last 2 days. We'll see if he does it here.
Wow, tiniest of strokes. No. Wow. That wasn't the prettiest, was it?
Oh my goodness, it's hard to believe.
He gets a long way away from that golf ball. The eyes are well inside, and that really didn't have any. Couldn't really call that a stroke, could we?
That's from that close range,
Yeah.
to be short by that much. Very unusual. Leaves a sour taste. You don't want to sully what was otherwise brilliant day at golf, 66. Was he looking at the hole now? No. Might have want to try it though.
You just got to get some tempo. Just a very simple one too. That didn't really have. That was a kind of just a prod, wasn't it? Exactly. Got to let it breathe on the backswing. Nice 1 and 2. Simple as that.
But he's more than just right there. He's got another late start on the weekend.
This is even better start than the Players. He was like 2 under and then shot 9 under the weekend. So this has definitely been a good moving day. And smashed it.
How about those 2 misses? The 2 hottest players on the course. From 4 feet and in.
It's a slightly different hole location, Jim. You know how we always talk about how close it can get to that right-hand edge, and they've moved it down another yard. Normally it's 4, it's 5 today, and the left to right has come down, don't break, and the ones on the other side do break.
3-putt bogey finish. Otherwise, brilliant day of golf. He shoots 67. So that's the 3rd 67 with Leishman and DeChambeau. And again, 2 66s, Wiesberger and Finau. We got the 7th.
Patrick Reed's tee shot bounced up against that tree, came down in the pine straw. Trying to navigate this onto the green, Nick.
Oh, I mean, it's impossible. I was going to say front bunker is better than going long.
Up to 8. Dustin Johnson, hole high here, just left of the 8th green. Try and get some spin on it. Bring it back off that little side edge on the right. And that was beautifully done. When the greens are this firm, you have to use the angles and the banks. These are the notables, either on the cut or outside the cut line. Mickelson, Scott, Molinari at 3 over par. Dustin there at the 8th, he knocked that one in, get back to 3. Matt Kuchar finished at 4. Brooks, Rory, Lee. We thought Lee would do well this week, coming in great form as we go to 13. Great eagle putt there for Corey Connors at the 13th. Beautifully done for the wonderful ball striker. Here we go to 18.
Jordan Spieth from 159.
Oh, yes, Roy, absolutely perfect. Simplest of putts to read after the way he's been brushing in a few today.
Now at 13, here's the eagle.
이글입니다.
Wonderful
second.
Let's go.
by Kim.
See you, Kim. Good. Oh. That's okay. That's okay.
It's going to move into a tie for second anyway. Love to have picked up 2 there. Playing with Charles Schwartzel, who's at +1.
Yeah, you still have chance, you know, from 14 to 18. You still have
After
5
that.
holes.
Delightful little chip. Okay, I lost
See
it.
you
I've
can
got
be
this
the
one covered.
leader.
And as we just saw at the 18th green, these little 2, 3, 4 footers, they're no gimmies around here. Currently 56 players at +3 or better. The cut line is 50 players, +3. Rolled that one in confidently. So defending champ back to 3. Disappointing 6 at the 5th. Hardest hole on the course, many years. Wonderful shots from above in the drones here. That's the 8th green. First hole adjacent there, back down the hill to the 9th. We'll be right back with more. Justin Rose leads by 2.
Ian Poulter, his second shot at 14. 440-yard par 4. And that's going to release off the green. Not in bad shape. Oh, Matthew Wolff, what a struggle. Is set to 12th. It's at +11. Well, that's a quality shot right there. But Wolff started his day with a 8 on the first hole. Yikes. Paul Casey. At the 7th, his second. And that's going to come up short. That whole location way over on the right-hand side. Now at 17, Matt Jones, his second. Oh, this is a terrific golf shot right here. One of the best we've seen at 17. You just can't mess around with that whole location on the right-hand side, so he landed in the perfect spot. Now to 18 and Jordan Spieth, this for birdie. After hitting his tee shot in the fairway bunker, and that's going to miss way to the right and short. Very tentative right there. That's what these green complexes will do to you here at Augusta National. Now Spieth this for his par. Jordan Spieth at 5 under, round to 4 under 68 on this Friday. And within 2 of the lead of Justin Rose. Now Cam Smith. Is putting out for par.
That's a good save. He looked giving 3 shots back after that eagle, with that double included. Bogey at 14. But a contender here again for the second time in 5 months. And then Colin Morikawa at 1 under. 19 players in red figures. Well, there we go. Losing birdie, 8 months removed from winning a major at Harding Park and the PGA Championship.
I think these players delights to be in the red after 2 days' work. That's exactly your number one goal, to be in contention for the weekend.
To the 7th.
And Patrick Reed with his third from beyond the green.
This has just got to, just fall onto the green, but that was a misstrike.
Up ahead to 8.
Just an iron for John Rahm.
Left. Right on the edge. Get a good balance.
And it did. From 232, he just claws his way onto the front of the green, and that putt left for eagle. Back to 7.
And now the 4th for Patrick Reed.
Yeah, equal challenge. It's so sticky. Wow.
Nick only 3 birdies at 7
Yeah.
today, the 6th most difficult hole on the course.
Well, it's a tiny green, flag tucked in its toughest position in that far right-hand corner.
And now at 14, Corey Connors with his approach, 153 yards away, right at it. And Corey Connors will have a birdie putt coming up. He's 3 under on his round today, and he's playing along with Siwoo Kim, who is 4 under and just 2 shots back.
Yeah, this 14th green's the opposite to the 7th, where if you hop it off the back edge, that is a nice place to leave it if you're in any doubt. If you've got the perfect yardage and perfect club selection, you go for it. But if you need to bail out somewhere, it's so important to know whether it's short or long, left or right here.
And you can see that big false front here at 14, and the flagstick barely moving. Very little wind right now.
It's actually the perfect wind for these faders, just coming off the right. There you go, there's the long one for safety.
It's been a popular spot.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you can chip it in, put it in there.
A lot of people have elected putter from that spot as we go back to 7, and now Reed for bogey. And he just drops it in. And Patrick Reed drops a shot here at the 7th, now 5 behind Justin Rose. Let's go to 9.
And Dustin, yeah, for safety, they're left to the flag because it has an angled false front. Oh, fantastic. Can't quite see where the ball is finished.
He's going to like it when he sees it. Now at 8.
He's had 2 eagles here in the past. I like this putt, Ian, straight up the gully. Yes, it's a perfect place, isn't it, there at the front? Oh, he kicked himself. Never complain about a birdie, though. The eagles are special, especially here. Lovely little crystal goblets for all those eagles. Still enjoy a nice adult beverage out of mine occasionally, Nick. How about you? I just squash mine in. Lemon barley water. Over to 15.
And Will Zalatoris, young 24-year-old out of Wake Forest, playing his first Masters and playing some really good golf. Currently 3 under for the tournament. here at the 15th, drove it down the left-hand side, so had to lay up. And taking a walk around this green here, trying to get a feel for this fourth shot.
Pretty close to the one that Jordan just had, Trevor.
I would say exactly the same. Needs to play probably around 8 feet of break from his left to right. Just trying to judge that speed and get it to slow down 5 or 6 feet short of the hole. The slope will do the rest from there. Keep going, just a few more feet. A little surprising that that stopped that far short of the hole. He's got a little work left now. But how much fun it must be for him to play with two-time champion Bernard Langer. 39-year age difference. Over to 8.
And Rory needs to get something going at 6 over par. Just so difficult to read the greens. That was low and too firm. Needs to take advantage of these par 5s. Notables once again, current cut line at 3 over, top 50 and ties make the weekend. No 10-shot rule anymore. Siwoo.
This for birdie, picks up speed as soon as it gets on the surface. And Siwoo Kim will have that left to remain 2 behind Rose. Eight birdies here at 14 today, which is twice as many as yesterday. And now Corey Connors will have a birdie opportunity. Grew up watching Mike Weir. Connors a Canadian. And earlier this week, Connors, Weir, and Mackenzie Hughes, a fellow countryman, also they played a practice round together. Connors to get to 3 under, and it doesn't get there. And Connors still 3 under on the day and 5 behind Justin Rose. Let's go to 8.
Tidying up to do. 2.5 feet for Rory for par. Finds
So Rory McIlroy, +6. And needing some good golf here to try to make it to the weekend. Justin Rose, lead remains at 2 for Spieth, Leishman, and Kim. For his second. Bubba's at even, now he's pointing to the right. So obviously the fade didn't work. Wow, that had some action on it. How about this? That's a big miss right there. Now over at the 12th, this is Harris English. Currently at +1. Wow. And it finds the bunker. That could have easily rolled back down the slope into the water. Now Ian Poulter is out at the 15th, taking a look at his second. Well, he's got a fairway medal. He's looking to the right. And that catches a tree over there and then kicks well to the right behind the patrons. So Poulter at +3 and currently 56 players.
아이고 김시우가 그 파퍼트를 놓쳤습니다. 14번 홀에서.
Cut there at +3. Sandy Lyle at 18. Second shot. And safely on the putting surface. So maybe Sandy could finish with a birdie at the 18th. Now Dylan Fratelli getting set for his second. And Fratelli at +6. Year-old from Johannesburg, South Africa. Played in his third Masters. Tied for 5th last year. And that should work back down towards the hole location at 18, and it does. Now 13, second for Cameron Champ. And that'll stay right there on the edge of the green. So Champ will have an opportunity at eagle. We'll move to 15 now. Will Zalatoris has this putt for par. He just barely touched that, and wow, that is a really good putt right there. So birdies at 11 and 12, and Zalatoris at 3 under. Now back to Brian Harman.
Started on a good line. Is it cutting?
Uh-oh, is it stopping?
That is a great question. 16th pond is back there. Hopefully stopped in time. And there it is. It's going to leave an extremely difficult pitch back up the hill.
You're going to have to go into whispering mode.
I sure am. Over to 14.
Siwoo Kim for par. That's his first bogey today, and he falls to 3 behind Justin Rose. Let's go to 9.
And Dustin with a chance for birdie. And there you go, +2. Make this cut line. I was feeling like 3 over was a certainty to make it. Now I'm hedging big time, because now those 3 currently 56 players total. Yes, that is tied 50th right now as DJ moves up a notch to the +2s, so it's right on the number at 3 over. Let's go to 16.
And the tee shot of Will Zalatoris. Playing his first Masters. He's been friends with Jordan Spieth since they played In the young person's golf tournament, he was 9, Jordan was 11. 13.
And Cameron Champ walking off. What will be his attempt at eagle. He yesterday was one of 3 players that I saw for the special honorary starter ceremony that featured, of course, Jack Nicklaus, Garrity player, and Lee Elder, who broke the color barrier at Augusta back in 1975. That year in 1975, Jack Nicklaus was the eventual winner. Curtis Strangeblade here as an amateur. Okay.
Yeah, the famous putt on 16th green. That really was heard around the world.
Yeah, that was that amazing match with Nicklaus, Miller, and Tom Weiskopf. And I know Tom and Laurie are watching right now.
Yeah.
Tom, we are all thinking of you. What a great man. What a remarkable career in so many different realms. Let's go to Stuart Sink.
Lovely putt there, the 2009 Open champion. Yes, thinking of you, Tom. You're a great man, great friend to us all. And a great champion. And an Open champion like Stuart Sink. Reagan on the bag. Special Masters for Stuart this year. 15.
And Ian Poulter in trouble here, way right of the 15th green, and he is not impressed with that one. He's right on that cut line right now at +3, so coming to this hole looking for a birdie for a little bit of cushion, and now struggling to make par. As Brian Harmon getting relief from the tower that I'm sitting in. Nick, I'm going to have to take it down to a whisper like you said. Just make sure that I don't
Good practice
put him
for you.
off.
Good practice for you. We've got the master, we've got the Nance whisper. You just copy Jim.
But what a shot he's got cut out for himself here. Couple of options. Either needs to stun it into that bank and get it to grab on the second bounce, or hit some kind of high flop shot, which obviously carries a lot more risk. We'll go to 13 first.
Back to Champ. Second putt.
Go for it, Jim. Give Trevor a lesson on how to whisper one in.
Even though I'm up at 18. Okay. Of course, we are so often so close to the players. Yes, they can't hear you if you're not modulating. Great birdie there for Champ. Cameron, you can see that start. 4 early birdies. Got birdie at 13 now. Let's go to 16.
Zalatoris with a birdie. Will attended Wake Forest on Arnold Palmer Golf Scholarship. Said he never got to meet the man, but Arnold Palmer corresponded with him. Back to 15.
You want some help here? Trevor?
Need to just take it down a little.
Okay. And by the way, Zalatoris, not only on an Arnold Palmer scholarship, but really steered to Wake Forest by Lanny Watkins, who's known Will since he was a young man and really heavily influenced him to get him to go to Wake, his alma mater as well. He sure has been looking at that one a few times.
Yeah.
Now over at 9 Rom for birdie.
He's just on the tier, the middle tier. So
That little flat space is about 1 step worth that he needs to hit it. Need something good to happen for his attitude. Oh my goodness. I'm pretty tough on myself so far today.
trying so hard on a line and it looks good and then it goes the other way.
Yeah.
Just an inch and that's it.
4 feet out, it definitely looked like it was headed home.
Hey Trevor, I'm thinking, does he even want to take this on? This might be...
Yeah, I mean, maybe a bad lead is just to leave it on the fringe, putt down,
you know, I
get out of here with a 5.
He's so concerned if he goes for it and it goes wrong, it's in the water, so maybe just chip it up to the green a little closer. I don't know.
Well, he's understandably taking his time. He and caddy Scott Tway talking it over.
They might be coming more our left just to avoid the big steep slope to the flag. Yeah, it's too many thoughts there.
And not often you see a player of that caliber laying up on a chip shot, just making sure to take the big number out of play. Over to 10.
Second for Johnson here at the 10th. Long way back. Well, we didn't see too many shots like that last November, did we? When he shot 20 under par. Masters record. Back at 15.
And Poulter's 4th. A lot of green to work with, but so quick coming down the hill. And that's carrying way too much speed. Needs to hit the flag. Coming down the wind as well, that doesn't help. And in, it's a little irritable. Back over to 9.
McIlroy.
Jam one in. Oh, just keeps. They must look good for 90% of the way and they cannot see the last 3 feet.
Back to 15. You know, he did wait, Trevor, for 16 green to clear, so he had to think about that shot for a long time.
Sure did. And from this position right here, we've seen a number of players actually take the putter. But he's sticking with his most lofted wedge, so needs to get some good grab on the second bounce. Yeah, that's well played. He's going to have 4 or 5 feet left to save par. One of the players coming in here rarely playing well with a couple of third place finishes. In the Florida swing, over to 9.
Shoffley in here tight for birdie.
Nicely done by Xander Schauffele there. And he moves to 2 under. Now over to the tee at 17, Will Zalatoris. 4 under par and 3 off the lead. And that appears to be going right down the middle of the fairway. And terrific drive there by Zalatoris. Now Tony Finau with a 66 today. Justin Thomas, 67. They're both 3 back. Leishman 2 off the pace, along with Spieth here in round 2 of the 85th Masters. Friday afternoon here in Augusta, Georgia. Overcast skies, temperature around 80 degrees.
Every drive,
Great shot.
every putt, every decisive shot that shapes victory and cements legacy. Life changer. The Masters 2021 Daily Highlights, April 8th to 12th on Star Sports.
And Casey, oh, that caught the tree. Wow. Well, he was out of position there with his second shot with that front hole location, and felt like he could go over the tree, but not to be. And so now he's looking at his fourth shot here at the par 5. So we'll move over to 14. Jason Day, who is at 9 over, and this is his second shot. And that's a bit too long. So the projected cut at +3, so Day well past that. And now Brian Harman looking at this putt for par at 15. Remember, he hit his second shot well over the green, left his third short, fourth to here, and just catches the edge there. And so, you know, Harman stays at 4 under. Well, missed opportunity, but once again, I think the smart play there. Didn't get too aggressive with that third and was able to get away with a par. Dustin Johnson. This is third at the par 4 10th. Wow. That stop on the bottom. Now, 15, Corey Connors. This is second. And nice bounce right there. And this will track down towards that hole location. And Connors will have a good look at eagle. Head back out to the fairway 15 at Charles Schwartzel. He's getting set for his second shot. Siwoo Kim. Kim is at 4 under. Schwartzel at even par with 217, looking to the right. And that's over in Ian Poulter territory. Sub Poulter from that location hit his third shot into that greenside bunker. And there's really a lot of room to work with from over there. And Siwoo Kim is next to play. 206 yards remaining. And that will just go over the back of the green. And once again presented with that, you know, very delicate shot down the slope. Cameron Champ now. It's over 14, just 126 yards. After a drive of 319. Settle. Oh, good action right there. And Cameron Champ has got a great look at birdie. One of the longest hitters on the PGA Tour. Only DeChambeau and then Champ. Skies have been overcast for most of this day. Little or no wind earlier today. The wind did pick up a little bit this afternoon around 1, 2 o'clock. It's the second largest difference between first and second rounds in over 35 years. The scoring average 74.52 yesterday. Very, very difficult conditions. But in regards to the wind, we were thinking that it was going to pick up a bit here this afternoon. It has just a bit, but nothing significant. Now, DJ, this to save par. Oh, goodness. So the bogey at 10, and that'll drop him back to +3. And now the fourth shot at the 8th for Paul Casey. when that releases on him, and he's going to have some work left for his par at the par 5 8th hole. As we go over to 12, Victor Hovland has this for birdie. He's at +4. They really battled back yesterday after that triple bogey at the first, and that just slides by. Now the 11th, Webb Simpson has this for par to remain at +1. Needed about 2 more rolls there. These greens are so pure, extremely fast, but if you can just get it on line with a nice roll, you've got a great chance to make it. A day from off the green with the putter. This is 3rd. Okay, not bad. We'll go ahead and tap that in. Now, at 16, Poulter, par 3, playing 175 today, and not what he was looking for. I don't know who he's looking at. It was his caddy, obviously. Maybe a bit of a disagreement on club selection. Now over 13, 3rd shot for Abraham Answer. Answer currently at +1. I think he used the putter there from just off the green. Good result right there, so he'll have that short uphill putt. And now Bernard Longer, this over at 17, his 2nd. And just not able to find the putting surface there as that rolls off to the right. That's a really challenging hole location there at 17. Just 5 paces off the right-hand side. Now, 2nd round of the Masters, Justin Rose, the leader after the 1st round, maintains the lead by 2 over Spieth, Leishman, and then Wiesberger, Finau, Thomas, Zalatoris still out in the course, along with Harman and Kim and Cameron Champ, all at 4 under par. Champ for birdie at 14. Got it. But Cameron Champ now with the birdie at 14, so back-to-back birdies for the Californian as we move to the tee at 16 and Brian Harman.
Oh, you dirty dog.
And that'll roll back down to the front of the green and leave him a long birdie putt. Thought he hit a really good shot right there, just a little bit short. Now, Siwoo Kim, his 3rd at 15. He's going to play this up in the air. See if he can get that to stop. Tracking. Will it stop? And it does. Wow. He is very fortunate. And he'll stare at it for a while. Now, Zalatoris at 17. 147 yards remaining after the 300-yard drive. Oh, that's a good shot right there. A really good golf shot there by Zalatoris. And we'll move to 13, Hideki Matsuyama. This is third at the par 5, using the putter from off the green. Oh, how about that? Matsuyama with the eagle. And that golf ball was picking up some speed. So he moves to 4 under. You know, the reaction from the players, we've seen it from so many of them. As Ian Wooston now. This for par at 18. And that will come up short.
But a 50-week stretch is number 1. He has a green jacket for life. You know, in 2019, there he is making the par putt to win it on the 72nd. But in 2019, he said he didn't think he could ever play here again because of a bad back. But he had surgery in January a year ago. He feels better. Got his invitation to come back and said, why not give it a go? Good to have him back.
I think +9 is respectable.
Uh-oh, look at this.
Oh,
It's 10.
miles back, and that's probably...
That caught a little bit of hosel and a lot of tree.
Is it going to be lost? Is in the bushes?
He would, I think, wisely make the decision to play a provisional.
Yeah, that is deep in there. 15.
Wow, interesting choice, Trevor.
Yeah, the putter didn't quite make it this far, Nick.
Oh, really?
After the 3-putt at the previous.
Oh. Huh.
So chose one of the other 13 clubs he had left in the bag.
He is 4 under at the Masters, and he's losing the head. Or lost the head, I should say. Officially lost the head. Look at that for a lie.
This is that provisional that I spoke of from 233.
What happened to the tee shot, Dottie? It didn't go down the hill.
Nick, I have no explanation for why that ball stood up in the hill. It just a lot of head shaking going on. It was a brutal stance.
Over to 16.
And Brian Harmon. Nice. Back to 15.
And Connors putting down the hill here for eagle. Made an eagle at the 13th just earlier. So a little crystal coming his way already, but that one's got to go. Very defensive.
Search suspended.
Here they all come. In there.
Make sure you came out with everybody that went in.
You do the numbers, Dottie. We'll head over to Will Zalatoris now. I think we'll see a lot more players with this putting style, with that long grip extended up the forearm, and yes, birdie for Zalatoris. He moves to 5 under. Four under par on his inward half. And there is a lot going on here on Friday afternoon at the Masters. Justin Rose started out poorly but came back in great fashion on the second 9 to be even par today. 5 unders, Spieth, Leishman, Zalatoris now after that birdie at 17, and a host of others at 4 under. 2 under par is running 12th. It's the second round of the 2021 Masters.
What a trick he just got. Come on.
And a lot of players have ended up in that position. Now at 18, this is Henrik Stenson. He's at +1. His second shot. And just on the front, jumps up there, hole high. He'll have a good look at birdie. Henrik Stenson, strong iron player. And Zadenhout, this at the 12th, found the water with his tee shot, so now this is third. And back to 18, Sebastian Munoz, +4, his second. Needs to make a birdie here. And that's a really good start. Lovely golf shot right there by Munoz. Lee Westwood is out at the 11th. He's at +5.
That's the fear of going along there, isn't it, Frank?
Oh, it's brutal. Another little front hole location that might look a little accessible to the people at home. For these players, it's a huge problem. Brings that pond very much into play. To 14.
Matsuyama's tee shot down the left side into the second cut. 137 left to the hole.
Well, that's a thrashed wedge. To try and get some grip on it.
And again, a popular spot today at 14. Up to 16.
And on the tee, here is Siwoo Kim. Once again, hole location back right.
If he's putting with a 3-wood now, Vern, I mean, he could easily hit this inside the leather. What a place to put yourself mentally to think, I've got to finish now and I haven't got a putter.
I can only imagine.
Good.
See how well he does with a 3-wood from that distance. Back to Rory McIlroy.
And a long putt of about 60 feet or more for Rory.
Long, slow, and turning left the entire way, Ian.
And he knows he's coming up short. Well, it was a poor tee shot, Dottie, and an even worse second.
I'm not so sure it was a poor tee shot. It just got no bounce at all that you would have thought it got.
Way back there as we go to 18T.
And we got Zalatoris.
This young man seriously knows how to put that club face back square to that golf ball. Look at that, he's long as well.
It is deep.
That's the end of the bunkers. That's 320 up the hill.
Back to 11.
And Dustin had just 165 left in for a second shot here. Put a little safely to the right.
Frankie's going the wrong way, is he?
I better slow down as well, Nick.
Wow, what was he? He kind of overworked that one.
And that's the club he struggled with, Nick, over the last couple of months. Once again, we go back to 10.
This for double. But that moves him to 8 over par, and the cut will be 3. So he needs to come in 5 under. He needs a Justin Rose last 8 holes. There's all the 3 overs at the top, the notables. Jason Day at 9 over, he continues to struggle. Patrick Cantley, I was surprised with that. I thought he would do better. And of course, Rory. Each time he comes, this is the 6th time he's been on the cusp of the Grand Slam. Just needs a win here at Augusta National for his Grand Slam, having won the other 3 majors. As we go to 14.
And Matsuyama with his third. Already been a big week for Japanese golf here at Augusta National, with Tsubasa Kajitani winning the women's amateur. And Matsuyama said he would be proud to follow in her footsteps. 16.
And we're back at the par 3. Schwartzel, Siwoo Kim, Corey Connors. First to play will be Corey Connors. 4 off the lead currently. He's got perhaps 5, maybe 6 feet left. Nick, I need to let you handle all of this at 15.
Yeah, this. Oh, I see. That's when it all happens. And that snapped that shaft. So now we've got this fellow, lofted metal, which is fine, but just a trifle embarrassing, Vern.
I would think so. One wonders how well he'll sleep tonight. Schwartzel.
Yeah, this is brutal to just get it onto the edge and it will just almost shank to the right. Oh, careful.
Curtis, I'm curious about your thoughts about what's happening with Siwoo Kim.
Well, I did that one time, not in a major, of course, but I think the bellying of a wedge, or possibly the sand wedge, is the way to go. When you get on the putting green, you take out the wedge. It's very simple. It's the same type of shot you would hit if it was up against the rough, and you want to belly it on the green through the edge of the rough. This is I don't know if you're used to this. This is just as well, but I would think the wedge being shorter, you could roll the ball a little bit better than this.
Oh my God!
A slight bit of redemption.
Well, it certainly looked like a nice one there, and rolled the ball really nice.
He did.
What do I know?
I never knew you, Curtis, to lose your temper on the golf course.
You didn't know me very well.
I thought I did. And we're still at 16. Charles Schwartzel will be next. Memorable Master champion 10 years ago. 2011.
Yes, but betted the last 4 to win.
Did. That started with a birdie at 15, 16, 17, and of course, the ultimate hole.
Yeah, right across the green from the right-hand side where the flag was front left.
But not this time.
That's a tough break. You hit a decent shot, you're 15, 18 feet, and you've got to put it across the collar.
And let's go to you guys at 18.
He's crushed the drive here. Look at this. Look at this. You hold that, you're probably in the final pairing on Saturday at the Masters. Now, Corey Connors.
Oh boy. And let's see what the end result of Siwoo Kim's adventure will be here at 16.
Well, the other two guys have got putters and they make a 4, and he's going to make a 3 with his 5-wood. Oh boy.
Hey Vern.
Yes.
That's the first par in 16-hole history with a 9-iron, 3-wood, 3-wood.
Don't make me laugh. Let's go to 15.
And after a drive of 335 yards, Cameron Champ coming in here with just a mid-iron, but carrying it a little deep there. And he can't believe it. That flew about 10 yards further than he was expecting. Back to 12.
Dustin Johnson made a very good putt for par at 11. So 3 over, you might think is out of it, but perhaps set the target to get back to even. You've got a great chance to make one here at 12. 17.
Brian Harman, who's been playing some sensational golf of late, has this to get 5 under. Looking good. And Brian Harman moves up into that tie for second place at 5 under. A couple of good finishes at the Players' Championship and at the match play got him here as we head back to 14.
Matsuyama for par. And still 1 under on the day. He's moving closer to his 9th consecutive round of par or better at the Masters. Up to 18.
Will Zalatoris, just 24, his 3rd major start. And a birdie finish to take second alone at 6 under. Round of 68. Look at that second 9, will you? 31. 3 birdies to close. Nick, he's played a lot of golf with Tony Romo, and when he just got out of Wake Forest to turn pro, Tony was going to be playing in Pebble Beach in the Celebrity Pro-Am, and he said, if you happen to see Steve John, the tournament director, tell him I'd like to play with him this year because Will Zalatoris is going to be one day one of the top players in the world. So I passed it along. Steve ended up allowing them to be a pairing. Will came out to Pebble Beach, and he made his first cut on the PGA Tour playing with Tony Romo.
It's just going to be another Romo Nostradamus.
Well, he did happen. I've been texting him. He's so fired up about this right now. I said, any predictions? And he said, I think he's going to win it, boys. Maybe I'm a homer, but I told you 2 years ago when he was ranked 2006th in the world that he was already top 20 player in the world. He's going to win it this week. I believe it. He's been right a time or two. I've seen it firsthand. Will Zalatoris, what a day. Masters debut, he's just 1 off the lead at Augusta.
And out at 16, Danny Willett at +6. Gotta find some birdies. Will it stay there? Will it stay? No. So close. So close. Oh goodness. It could be a heartbreaking game at times, can't it? Now, next to play, Kevin Kisner. Now, Kisner's at +4, so the projected cut at +3. So
2. And will that stay? No, it won't. So Kisner, who missed the cut here last year for the first time, made it in 16, 17, 18, and 19, in danger of possibly missing the cut again at +4 right now. Of course, Kisner from Aiken, South Carolina, played his college golf in Georgia. And Jason Day, this is his third. I mean, that shot was very well judged. I mean, that was really good. So that short one left for a birdie. As we take a look at the leaderboard here in the second round of the Masters, with Justin Rose a one-shot advantage over Will Zalatoris, 68 today, as did Jordan Spieth. Leishman is 67, Harmon playing 18, and then Wiesberger, Finau both with 66. Justin Thomas is 67, they're 3 back. Matsuyama at 4 under. Palmer, Cameron Smith, both 68 today. Morikawa is 69. DeChambeau, 5 under 67 to get in the red numbers. Matt Jones over the 69 today. And Cameron Champ getting set for his third shot at 15.
Taking a little time to figure out exactly what he wants to do here, and decided to go with the putter. Interesting point and part of this is that he has to hit it so hard to get it to the green, and then needs to be sure it's not carrying too much pace. And that is often what you will see, because you just don't want to get it running by this hole with any type of speed at all. Back to 12.
And really a must make if he wants to start the charge towards the top of the leaderboard. Yeah, great 2 at 12. You see how he attacks those par 5s, 13 and 15 coming in. To 17.
Second shot for Siwoo. 151 yards on top of the hill. And I must say, I would agree 100% with what Curtis said before about the putter. I would always use the sand wedge or the lob wedge, same length as the putter. Nice heavy head. If you watch pros putting with their wedges, you could be surprised at how efficient they can be as we head back to 15. I'm sure, Trevor, you would agree with that sentiment.
Absolutely, a lot of players use that as a drill, just to try and get that stroke path nice and even. Now Champ, he's birdied his previous 2 holes, so this for 3 in a row. One of those putts you just try and cozy down there, and if it falls in, great. That's too far right, really early in that putt. He actually put a softer ball in play this week, so I thought he may try and chip that 3rd to be able to get enough spin on it to stop it in time, but not so. Back to 11.
Hunkered over this one as Shoffley for par.
And he drove it right in the trees, pitched out, and played this shot in here from about 120 or so. It was the wise move to try to pitch it out. That big mound short right that, you know, can be so violent with the kick was too much of a part of that equation to mess with it. Certainly on Friday.
Well, he was one.
So Xander Schauffele now at 1 under after the bogey at 11. And the leaderboard right there with Rose 72 today, and Zalatoris having just finished up with a 68, so he is one shot behind Jordan Spieth and Leishman at 5 under, along with Harmon, who's playing 18, and then Wiesberger, Finau, Thomas, Kim, and Champ all at 4 under par. So at 13, Webb Simpson. This is fourth. Hit his second shot in the water. Now over to the 12th and John Rahm. Thump.
Once, please.
Oh, another foot. It's a really good shot. Sounded great. But, 17. Schwartzel. This will be his third, and he's at +1. Don't take any chances with that cut line there at +3. Oh, that's nicely done. Very good. At 16, Kevin Kisner. This putt for par. His tee shot landed up on top and then rolled back down to the bottom of the green there, and Kisner rolls that up for his par. So he stays at +4. And Brendan Todd now at 18, getting set for his second. And he's at 1 under in good shape. But that will find the front bunker there at 18. And now out at 15, Hideki Matsuyama, his second.
He can launch it way up into the air. He's watching it anxiously. Oh, is it going to stay up? Oh my goodness. Landed short of the green, and he's now right on the front edge at a perfect position. Over 12.
Shoffley.
Frank, he has the exact opposite look. Really in command of his golf swing, of managing distances. Even if that's a pull, it's still hold high.
Yeah, struggled with that left hand about a month ago. Had a little bit of a finger injury.
He did, and I talked to his dad earlier today. Everything is just fine.
That's why we're starting to see him play well again. Well, 2 Europeans in this group. It'd be remiss if I didn't remember one of the great Europeans actually that started their charge here. 1980, he won his first Masters, and that's the late great Ballesteros. Masters week was always a birthday week for him. Sadly, we lost him 10 years ago, but today would have been his 64th birthday. And Nick, I know he was a huge inspiration for not just these young players, but contemporaries like yourself.
Absolutely. You know, when Seve came over and won, we were all competing against him. It was like Roger Bannister breaking the 4-minute mile. You know, we said, okay, if Seve can do this, maybe we can. And for a while, Europe had some amazing dominance between, obviously, Sandy, myself, Langer, Lazabal, Ian Woosnam. So we were on a fantastic run for a while. Of course, Danny Willett then comes a little later, but that little period in the 90s, Europe ruled here totally because of this man. Simply as that.
He had style, he had flair. I always thought he was golf's Elvis.
Yeah, I agree with that. He had a smile, he had a character, he had great timing. Everybody loved him wherever he went. And to win globally is very impressive.
So, John Rahm follows some pretty big footsteps. Second shot.
And this ball hit actually up on the green side of the bunker and fell back in. It was stunned. Such a good player, like Seve was out of the bunkers. Creativity.
Yeah, they love to get the lower base. You bend the knees, you actually push that sand on it even further away, get a nice shallow angle of attack. 218.
And Brian Harman is at 5 under.
Just give this man another birdie putt.
Finished very nicely here on the second side. This could be good here, Nick.
It definitely will be good. So that's the one which should break, and you go one pace to the left and it doesn't want to break, which doesn't make sense.
16.
And Cameron Champ.
Sit down. Sit.
And he did. Back to 12.
Lengthy one for Xander.
Lengthy and no secret that it's going to the right. Steeper than folks realize in the middle of this putt, and then it just continues that momentum to the right. Right down in the lowest part of the golf course.
A good attempt at Sunday hole location. Another 3 yards further to the right and a little closer to the water. You see that in a couple of days now. To 17 again.
I think it's too much club, Frank. But I remember one famous incident, and you would remember, it's a great tie-in to Seve Ballesteros, Nick.
Yeah.
It was 1987 at the Ryder Cup when Ben Crenshaw broke his putter against Eamon Darcy.
Absolute putty with a 3-iron.
And sort of went back and forth between a wedge and a long iron, and ended up losing by 1 to Eamon Darcy.
Darcy held the putt of his life, a downhill 5-footer left to right, which then led to Seve winning the Ryder Cup on the 17th green.
Back in 87, the first time he'd won it.
Mm.
As Siwoo 2 putts for another par, or 12.
Rough day, but maybe some magic before he gets to the clubhouse. Maybe.
But you think he's too deflated to even find any magic?
Yeah, it hurts. New coach, Peter Cowan, who's well respected amongst all the Europeans. So some new information, but could have easily won here nearly 10 years ago. Still hangs heavy on him. And will continue to until he erases that with at least 1 green jacket. And join the illustrious club. Get invited to the Champions Dinner every Tuesday.
Yes, we envy Trevor and Nick, don't we, Frank?
Nor do we ever. It's a special place, a special club. John Rahm. Yeah, good up and down. Just string some birdies. Saw Rose do that yesterday. Get into red figures. It'll be a good round tomorrow. It's not a sprint. But Dottie, you've watched Rory all of today. I mean, it's just a different version at the moment.
It is, and I think he was just so honest with everyone about how he really kind of got sucked into the jet wash of Bryson DeChambeau late last year at the U.S. Open and going for more speed, and I think he kind of lost the soul of his golf swing. And so many people have done it, and it's just going to take some time to work his way out of this and get back to being more of a feel, repeat, creative player.
And we get to go back to Kiwa for the PGA Championship this year, where he basically destroyed the rest of the field.
That might be just it. And sometimes it's just going back to some place where you know you've had success.
Schauffele stays at 1 under. Right now, just that breeze up. Probably a little less than a clock, 10 miles an hour. As we go to 16.
And here's Cameron Champ. Playing in his second Masters, he qualified in November and finished tied for 19th.
So that comes up just a bit short, and disappointed there for Cameron Champ, but tap that in for his par as we go back to Matsuyama at the 15th, and this for Eagle is to get to 6 under and within 1 of the lead of Justin Rose. Uphill putt, it just slides by. Wow, that looked good. Boy, that situation, he could really take a run at it. He did, and will settle for the birdie, but that was a great effort right there. So for Matsuyama, the eagle at 13, the birdie at 15, and he is now moved to 5 under. Brian Harman, this for birdie, just to get within 1 of the lead. It'd stay right there, and it does. So Brian Harman with the birdie at 18, and Harman with a round of 3 under 69, and within 1 of our leader, Justin Rose. Harman with birdies at 17 and 18 to finish his day. So it's Zalatoris and Harman 1 back of Justin Rose here in the second round. So Hovland right on that cut number at +3, getting set for his 3rd shot. And it just goes over, as we've seen so many before him. And now the question is going to be, do you try to bump down or do you try to carry it in the air? And what will the strategy be? Hovland is making his 2nd appearance here at the Masters. And we'll go over to 16 right now. And Hideki Matsuyama. 2 shots off the lead.
No, sir.
Kind of flight it the other one seems too much. No? The other one brings in too much.
At 13, Dustin Johnson playing his 3rd.
Yeah, it's so steep, so sticky. Can't lob it on because it's straight down the hill. So it's so important to obviously practice this through the week and make a decision on what club you're going to. I think you might even mishit that because it was on the downslope.
At the 18th, Charles Schwartzel playing with Connors and Kim.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a true wind direction at the moment. Just either down or smidgen right to left. So Start again, get the right picture.
I think that was the right picture.
Definitely. Change the picture, get the feel right, and committed to that really well.
His caddy there is Chart Vanderwall. You might remember him. He played on the tour back in the early 2000s and in fact was in a playoff and lost to Brad Faxon in a playoff back in 2005. Let's get back to 13.
This is just a defensive prod for safety.
Playoff won by Faxon was in Hartford. Now, you know DJ came here thinking he's going to pick up another shot. It's going to take a long putt to do that. Now you're just trying to make sure you don't give one away.
Wow, that is a head scratcher. You know it's quick, and then suddenly you just don't quite commit to it. You're still going to have that, just that little bit of hit with your putts. It's got to strike it well. You can't just send the putter backwards and forwards the same pace. You've got to have a tiny bit of tap or pop.
Back to that group at 18 and Siwoo Kim.
Looking for a kick in.
Back at 13, U.S. Amateur Champion Tyler Strafacci from Georgia Tech. He's not going to turn professional until he competes in the Walker Cup, which will be next month at Seminole. Just 3 amateurs in the field, and Charles Osborne, who was the runner-up to Strafacci at Bandon Dunes, faring the best. Joe Long, the British amateur champion. We will not have a amateur represented in the Butler Cabin ceremony on Sunday as a result of none of them making the cut. And that's going to be the first time since 2015 we did not have at least one amateur play on the weekend. Back to you, Vern, 16.
Thank you, Jim. And here is Matsuyama. Hideki and his wife and daughter live in the coastal city of Sendai. And many of you might recall that Sendai was almost completely destroyed with that terrible tsunami of a few years past.
They found the force of that earthquake. This is tough to imagine. It moved the Japanese coastline by 14 feet. That's tough to imagine. Imagine a green suddenly being 14 feet. This green you're looking at is suddenly 14 feet left, I guess.
Gee whiz.
Can you imagine that?
Hard to.
Yeah.
I've been blessed. I visited Sendai after the reconstruction started. Left himself perhaps 8-10 feet. Let's go back to 15.
And you might have heard a little roar. This was just a moment ago. Victor Hovland was on the cut line, and this is looking pretty good. How 13 for Hovland. That gets him back to 1 over in his second Masters start.
Trevor, he's dropped 10 shots this week. Started with a 7 at the first. He's still, unfortunately, inside the cut line.
Hit 18 Connors.
There you go.
Oh. He almost had a run on chip ins. Let's go to 17.
Cameron Champ. .133 yards left for Champ. Just a gap wedge into the centre of the green. Smart play. To 18.
Luckily, he didn't put it on a tee peg.
His first 2 putts have been very smooth. That one, there was a difference.
So I guess we got a couple more putters in the locker.
I was going to ask you, did you bring a backup putter to majors?
You know, sometimes not, no. Because you've got your favourite. We had, in our day, you couldn't have 6 putters that looked exactly the same or felt the same. You had your one gamer, and in a lot of cases that was it.
You know, it's one thing to see a player in frustration break the shaft of a club. Usually you're talking about someone who's missed the cut. There he is on the first page of the leaderboard. 15.
And Brooks Koepka trying to make a birdie here at 15. Dressing it out the toe there like he always does and carrying too much speed for that line. Got to give him some props though for doing everything that he can after a surgery just a few weeks ago to make it to this 85th Masters. He's tried to cram a lot of work in just a few days to get ready, Nick.
He played one day, I spoke to him on the practice visit, he played one day without painkilling injection. He said, it killed me, it hurt like heck. So
this could be the worst golf course that you could come to with sore knees, as hilly and undulating and tough walk is what it is.
All the caddies get shin splints this week.
Back to 13.
It's a 5-iron from a decent lie. No wind down here, extremely calm.
Oh, wow. I'd say that's a wow off the pine needles.
Take a look at the notables. And again, top 50 and ties make the cut. Mickelson, Adam Scott, Molinari, Ian Poulter, what a 5 he made at 15. Matt Kuchar and those at +4. It's going to be too high. Back to 13. McIlroy.
This is the same club that Rahm hit 5-iron from a perfect lie in the pine straw.
Okay, let's see. Eagle here. Eagle at 15, Nick.
Yes. And
one more birdie.
He's got to believe I'm just going to hit it on the green and hold everything.
16.
Matsuyama will drop a stroke. And that moves him to 4 under. To 13.
Xander Schauffele, what a tee shot.
Should be able to just turn a tiny draw into this left-hand plateau.
Well, the 9-iron, you're taking kind of dead aim, aren't you?
You better do, yeah.
Yeah.
3 for 3 up there.
17.
Champ for birdie here at the par 4, playing in his second Masters. He was the long hitter before Bryson put on 40 pound and changed things around a little bit. Now he's second to Bryson in that long driving category. Amazing speed. And a 2-time champion on the PGA Tour as well, playing in his 5th major, 4th as a professional. Back to 16, right?
And here's Victor Hovland. proper Scandinavian, to 13.
All right, the first of 3 eagle attempts. Schauffele.
I think the simplest of the 3, although it's the longest. Mostly uphill, might walk a little right toward the tributary.
He seems to be scaring themselves on this one, Dottie, at the moment. They know if it goes past, it's gone. And every downhill putt, hasn't quite got the same fiery speed.
It's remarkably more humid today. 20% more humid when we first came on the air, and it hasn't dried out.
We're hoping tomorrow the weather gods will be good to us. It's been the one day that has brought the most concern all week on the long-range forecast. Now McIlroy for his eagle attempt. There have been 4 eagles here today.
Well, that is a putting style we have seen change so much through the years. From a big forward press to some practice strokes to no practice strokes to just not a lot of consistency.
Well, you should better get the putting labs of the brands he represents and get some factual feedback, and then maybe that would boost his confidence to go on exactly what to work on.
It was his first birdie of the round. And what do you read into this one, Dottie?
I see more of what McIlroy just showed us. John tends to be a little more aggressive putting. There's a little more explosiveness in his putting stroke.
It's tough to describe, isn't it, Dottie? You've got to be aggressive hitting the ball, but that doesn't mean you hit it hard.
Correct. Committed, but
Yeah.
I think you're just always kind of aware.
Look at that thing slice.
Tap in birdie for John, but not what everyone had designs on. Back to even. All 3 make 4. By the way, Rahm has a active streak going of 12 consecutive rounds at Augusta at par or better. He's even par for the round today. Cameron Champ on the tee at the 18th.
So you watch the smoothness of this, even though it's going to go whistling out there.
That's really good.
There's your perfect hold off fade. There it is. And bounding up the hill.
Cameron Champ, like Justin Rose, our leader. He works with Sean Foley, who Cameron has known since Cameron was 14 years old. Rose, the leader day 1 by 4, the leader by 1 here on day 2.
+6. That's not going to help you. But you'd like to finish on a high note, and giving this putt his full attention. And rolls it down in. Good finish there for Danny Willett. Tough day. Out of 73. And at +5. Well, we see Danny Willett there, of course, a past champion, won in 16. Schwartzel, a winner in 11. Bubba Watson in both 12 and 14. Adam Scott in 13. Spieth's win in 15. Sergio, Patrick Reed, Tiger Woods, and Dustin Johnson. The past champions since 2011. following Dustin Johnson as he's flirting with that cut line. Here's Hovland for birdie at 16. How about that? So Hovland with an eagle at 15, the birdie at 16, and now he's at even.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. Slide back down the slope a little, give himself a good look at birdie. And he would dearly love to win here, but even after Subasa Kajitani's effort in the women's amateur on Saturday, it would be a unique double. He said it was inspired by the young 17-year-old young lady on Saturday and the way she handled the pressure. Let's head back to 14.
And the amateur Tyler Strafacci stayed in the crow's nest earlier this week, said he had a few beers and a cigar up there. Nick, how do you celebrate if you make a putt like this?
Isn't he a little young for that?
He's 22. Unbelievable. That's a few more beers and a cigar. He's earned it. What a putt for birdie at 14. The U.S. Amateur champion and Dustin Johnson of Lee Westwood also threw their hands up as well. Such a cool moment for the amateur here at 14. Said his first tee shot yesterday, he's never been so nervous in his life. But he has enjoyed this moment, and he'll look at that highlight for years to come as we go up to 18.
Jason Day, he got off to a horrid start on Thursday with 77.
Yeah, a little surprising. We thought with his super high ball flight it would suit him. Not afraid of rock hard greens. And that will come backwards off the little false front.
You always get a few surprises, big names that just don't have it, in a given week at a major. And this is one of the big surprises. Matthew Wolff as well. Patrick Cantlay, no one saw that coming. McIlroy, barring some miracle, going to be way back. And Jason, of course, on that list. Happens every time, but you look at the name sometimes and say, what happened?
Wow, look what this drive is.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Cool. Good process.
It's going to be a lob wedge. Still needs to make sure he gets it there. He has the luxury of landing right by the flag and it should come back.
Easy. Okay. They'll have that putt for 67. He was a contender at the PGA Championship, as you'll recall, Nick.
Yes.
Didn't have a big last day, but got to deal with the pressure recently. Let's go to 14.
And the second for McIlroy.
Well, tree trouble right in front of them, Andrew. Sometimes that makes it easier. The mechanics go away.
Beautiful shot there by Rory. He'll have a look at birdie. Second round of the 85th Masters Tournament.
We'll take you out to 17 and This is Abraham Answer. And that putt just turns off there, so he'll tap that in. So Answer not able to take advantage of that birdie opportunity. Matsuyama now has his putt for birdie. This to get to 5 under.
Fine effort coming in on the high side. But Hideki heads to the last 4 under par for the tournament, 1 under today after an opening 69.
And this was earlier, Jason Day. And now we're live on a day where the field scoring average, Nick, is 2.5 shots lower than round 1.
Yes, every little thing has helped. The breeze, in fact, it's the same direction, helps. Club selection, we talked about the humidity, how that softens the green, so they've got the trust, the less fear factor of that first bounce that we had yesterday. So many great shots we saw. If you got close to the flag, one big hop, you're over the back.
Cameron with a good chance to make birdie. He was part of that victorious U.S. Walker Cup team in 2017 at LA Country Club, captained by Spider Miller. His teammates included Colin Morikawa, Scotty Scheffler, Maverick McNeely, all of whom are doing great things early in their careers. Easy, and has never had that one on track. And Zalatoris, we mentioned earlier, was part of that too. Well, that's a super round, 68 with 6 birdies. I always wondered, Nick, when you wait for the championship season, the majors, and you start out with such a disappointment, how much does it weigh on you with the other 3 coming up? And now, of course, they're every month spaced out. You got the PGA at Kiowa coming up rather quickly.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I think I'd go straight to Kiowa after this. You put all this effort in, why not go to Kiowa, have a look. Maybe you're playing next week down in Hilton Head, but it wouldn't be such a bad thing to get there in there early and reset some goals. Or at least know what to practice for the next month.
Matthew Wolff was in that group. He just finished at 11 over, so not a lot of positive energy coming out of that other than Cameron Champ. Those other 2 were combined 20 over. So we're back on the tee at the 18th with Matsuyama. 10 years since his debut here as the Asian Pacific Amateur Champion, and went on to become the low amateur and was recognized in Butler Cabin back in 2011.
Occasionally gets a little violent, doesn't he, on his follow through.
So Matsuyama, who's set up on the far left-hand side of that teeing area, hits a shot that will find the first cut over there left of the fairway bunkers. So taking a look at the driver there, and he should be all right. Shouldn't be a big issue over there. So Matsuyama was the low amateur in 2011, 19 years of age. And currently
Hideki Matsuyama at 4 under and 3 off the lead, opened with a 69. And here's Rory McIlroy for birdie at 14. And that just slides off at the end. Now Hovland at 17.
자, 이제 호브란드가 17번에서 세컨샷을 했습니다. 현재 컷은 3오반 판데요. 그러면 지금 탈락하는 선수들은 지미 워커, 맷 쿠처, 맥스 호마, 케빈 키스너, 마이크 위어, 렌토 그리핀, 리 웨스트우드, 판챙충, 딜란 프리텔리, 로버트 스트랩, 데니 윌렛, 브룩스 캡카, 빅토르 페레즈, 잭 잔슨, 베른하르트 랑거, 로리 맥길로이, 브라이언 게이, 그리고 아마추어인 찰스 오스본, 패트릭 캔트레이, 칼로스 오티스, 이안 우스남, 제이슨 데이, 그리고 또 다른 아마추어인 영국인 조 롱, 매튜 울프, 허드슨 스워포드, 샌디 라이, 프레드 커플스, 임성재, BJ 싱, 그리고 세 번째 아마추어인 타일러 스트라파치, 그리고 마지막 19 오버 파를 친 레리 마이즈. 이런 선수들이 주말 라운드가 없겠습니다.
Out of 13, Daniel Berger. This putt for eagle, he's a +5.
지금 세컨 라운드가 거의 이제 막판에 들어가고 있는데요. 현재 선두는 7언더의 저스틴 로즈, 영국 선수입니다. 만약 로즈가 우승하게 되면은 페덱스컵 랭킹이 164위에서 34위로 올라갑니다. 공동 2위 6언더파의 윌 젤로토리스와 브라이언 하먼, 둘 다 미국 선수입니다. 그리고 공동 4위에 5언더파인데 호주의 마크 레이시만과 조단 스미스, 이렇게 두 사람입니다. 그리고 이제 공동 6위에 한국의 김시우를 비롯해서 오스트리아의 베른트 피스베르거, 그리고 미국의 토니 피나우와 저스틴 타머스, 캐머런 챔프, 그리고 일본의 히데키 마츠야마, 이렇게 6명이 있는데요. 지금 히데키 마츠야마는 마지막 홀을 플레이를 하고 있습니다. 여기서 파를 해야만 4언더를 유지할 수 있고요. 그렇지 않으면 어렵습니다. 지금 세컨샷을 했습니다.
Yeah, comes that little hotter, didn't he? Pulled it a touch. Might have to put that sideways, opens that left-hand corner.
예, 그린에 올라왔는데 좀 많이 올라왔네요. 내리막 퍼트가 좀 어렵겠습니다.
He would see it come back down, but it's going to stay on the top tier, 17.
그리고 2언더 공동 12위에 라이언 팔머, 콜린 모리카와 호주의 카메론 스미스, 캐나다의 코레이 코너즈, 그리고 지금 14번 홀을 플레이하고 있는 미국의 젠도 쇼프리, 이렇게 5명이 지금 2언더 공동
So, second
12위입니다.
in the water for the defending champion. He comes to this hole 2 over par. Cut looking like 3 over. What a terrible mistake. Up to 16.
And here's Webb Simpson. That is an 8-iron. Let's see this view from behind the green yet again. That's really a wonderful perspective. Arc of the ball. And we go back to 50.
Very good idea. I don't think so, because it came down and it flowed this way. Okay. I'm pretty good, I think.
Dustin trying to figure out the best place for him to take this penalty drop.
Boy, just space. Hold. Okay.
Looks to me like the option he wants to take right now is going back on line with the flag from the point that the ball entered the penalty area. And he's going quite far back up that hill, so wanting to leave himself some kind of full wedge. There's that cut line.
I thought it was over by where Lee was. Pretty sure, yeah. Even from right here. Maybe. Yeah, because it came back, it went this way. I think it was more further left than that.
Take a little look here at exactly what it did. Got up onto the green, didn't quite get all the way over that false front, and then made its way back in. I think DJ's got a pretty good beat on where this went in.
Okay, Craig, DJ thinks he's good right about where I'm standing.
Okay, thanks, we're good.
What do we got right here?
193 down.
Maybe I hear more just from right to...
Yeah, right to the left.
100?
Yeah, like that. Demeanor has not changed. Still cool and calm. He's got a number that he likes. This is fourth. That's a great shot there. And he's going to have probably 10 or 12 feet to save par to stay at 2 over. Up to 18.
You're right, Nick. He's got to play to that fringe area.
Yes.
The darker green.
Exactly, right into the crease there. And actually, if he can actually touch the edge, the higher he gets it, the better, because it's not super mega fast. A sling action. Yeah, needed a smidgen higher, smidgen harder to get all the way to the edge to get the full speedway effect coming off the banking.
16.
And here's Webb Simpson.
And Simpson's putt just runs by a couple of feet. He'll have that left for his par at 16. Now back to 18. Matsuyama, answer, Harris English. And the birdie attempt by Answer comes up short. Right on line. And it's being defensive. Just concerned about letting the golf ball by a couple of feet and having a difficult putt coming back. And this was yesterday. He was in the bunker at 15 and watch. You see there, the iron pressed down in the sand just a bit. He was assessed a two-shot penalty after the round. And his attitude was very good. He says, what's done is done. I just need to go out and play golf tomorrow. And he just moved forward. Now, Matsuyama. This putt for par and to remain at 4 under. Got it. So Hideki Matsuyama, clutch putt right there at 18, and a round of 1 under 71, and he stands at 4 under par, 3 back of our leader Justin Rose after 36 holes. And we'll go out to 16 just a moment ago. The Zayden Hote. This familiar putt, we've seen it all day. This is about the 30th time. And straight up the hill, and that'll be just fine as he'll tap that in for his par at 16. But that's been a difficult hole location for these players today.
내일 서드 라운드는 이제 2명씩 출발하는데요. 챔피언조로 저스틴 로즈와 윌 젤러토리스 두 사람이 마지막 조로 플레이할 것 같고, 끝에서 두 번째 주는 브라이언 하먼과 마크 레이시만입니다. 그리고 끝에서 세 번째가 조던 스피스와 베른트 비스베르거, 그리고 네 번째가 토니 피나우와 저스틴 타머스, 그리고 끝에서 다섯 번째로 김시우와 캐머런 챔프. 상당히 장타자인데 둘이서 다섯 번째 출발하겠습니다.
Now Brooks Koepka, the second at 18. And that will spin back. And that will be very good indeed. Terrific shot by Brooks Koepka at 18. Now, Dustin Johnson, second shot of just 177 yards down the wall.
예, 더스틴 잔슨이 팔을 놓쳐서 보기를 하며 그러면 3오바로 내려가는가요? 어제 그 첫날 경기가 끝나고 난 다음에 AP통신의 그 빌 패닝, 먼저 그 뉴욕타임스의 빌 패닝턴 기자가 쓴 영문 기사를 읽어드리겠습니다. A golf course does not have feelings, or does it? It would be the easiest way to explain the revenge Augusta National Golf Club ejected on the field in the first round of the Masters tournament on Thursday, after the course was routed by many of the same players last year. 5 months ago, in November, a month when Augusta National is typically just waking from a good slumber, the world's best golfers arrived to play the 2020 Masters, which was delayed by the coronavirus pandemic. The course was somnolent and unprepared, especially since it got good and sloshed by rain the night before the event began. Golf's elite took no pity on the venerable, if vulnerable, aristocrat of major championship golf courses. Dustin Johnson's winning score of 20 under par was a tournament record, and 43 players finished the event under par. Apparently, Augusta National has a good memory. In the first round of the 2020 Masters, the course was aroused and ready to itching for retaliation. When the last shot was struck on Thursday, Justin Rose was the outlier with a sparkling 7 under par 65, which included 6 birdies on the back nine. That score put him in the lead 4 strokes ahead of Brian Harman and Hideki Matsuyama, who were tied for second after matching scores of 69. But only 11 other players were under par, and Rose, Harman, and Matsuyama were the only golfers breaking 70. Contrast that with the first round in 2020, when a tournament record 24 players scored in the 60s, and a whopping 53 were under par. Perhaps the field should have been forewarned on Tuesday, when Fred Couples, the 1992 Masters champion playing in his 36th Masters, said the Augusta National conditions were the most difficult he had seen in decades. Asked about the greens, which have been drying out all week, Fred said, "If they get any firmer, look out." The prophecy, aided by swirling winds, came to life on Thursday around the grounds. Jordan Spieth, a former Masters winner, was on a run up the leaderboard at the midpoint of his round until an errant tee shot on the par 4 ninth hole, followed by a recovery shot that ricochetted off a tree, eventually led to a 3-putt and garish triple bogey. Spieth rallied with an eagle on the 15th and consecutive birdies on the 16th and 17th holes to finish with a 1 under par 71, which left him tied for 8th. The reigning United States Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau, shot a 4 over par 40 on the front nine, then had an up and down final nine. His 4 over par 76 left him in a tie for 60th. After his round, DeChambeau had a lament shared by golfers who have yet to master Augusta National's subtleties, most notably having to hit approach shots from a downhill lie to an uphill green. Asked how often he sees such a shot on the PGA Tour, DeChambeau answered, "Not very often, just at Augusta. That's why I don't have a problem anywhere else." Rory McIlroy, who needs a Masters title to complete the career Grand Slam of all 4 major golf championships, shot an eventful 4 over par 76. McIlroy not only had 6 bogeys, he also plunked his father, Gary, in the back of the leg with a wayward second shot on the 7th hole. The elder McIlroy appeared to be fine, walking away after his son's golf ball caromed off him. Afterward, McIlroy said he was aiming at his father because he was standing in a good spot. Gary McIlroy later joked that he wanted an autograph from Rory, which is a customary thing for a player to give a fan who is struck by a shot. "I think he just needs to go and put some ice on," Rory said, referring to his father with a grin. "Maybe I'll autograph a bag of frozen peas for him." Rose opened his round with a 1 under par 35 on the front 9, but then blitzed the closing holes with the birdies on the 10th and 12th holes, 2 of Augusta National's biggest challenges. Rose birdied both par 5s on the back 9, as well as the par 3 16th and daunting par 4 17th hole. His performance was especially impressive because he has not played a competitive round of golf in a month, having withdrawn from the Arnold Palmer Invitational in early March with a back injury. In the end, the layoff may have been beneficial in a variety of ways. For one, it lowered Rose's expectations for the Masters, something he acknowledged on Thursday evening. "You can't just run off instinct a little bit," Rose, the 2013 United States Open champion, said. "Obviously, I've competed in these big tournaments quite a few times, and I've got one of them to my name, but we are looking for more." He also used the time off to spend more time working with his old swing coach Sean Foley, who Rose reunited with late last year. The two first began working together in 2009, and had a brief recent separation, which is common in the golf world. "Everything I've achieved in the game of golf, I've done it with Sean by my side," Rose said, adding, "I was tailing off a little bit with my own game through 2019, and I think the lockdown, just being left to my own devices for a little bit too long, was probably not a good thing. So it's great to be back with Sean, and I trust him implicitly. He knows what works for me and my game." 4 players were 5 strokes behind Rose at 2 under par. Patrick Reed, Webb Simpson, both former major champions, and Will Zalatoris and Christian Bezuidenhout. With how difficult it was out there today, with how firm and fast this place played, and the wind picking up, Reed said, "I'll definitely take a round of 2 under par." Simpson echoed Reed's sentiments. "Guys are going to shoot themselves out of the golf tournament on day 1 in these conditions," he said. "I knew it would be tough today, but I didn't know we'd be dealing with gutsy winds like we were, so I'm very happy with my score. I think it's been 5 years at least from last time I remember it being this firm, this rough. But it's fun too. This golf course is more fun this way because you really have to think, you really have to use the slopes. Otherwise, you can put yourself in some really bad spots. 이게 지금 그 뉴욕타임스 영문 기사고요. 다음은 그 골프 기사는 가장 잘 쓰는 AP통신의 그 더그 퍼거슨이 어제 1라운드 끝나고 난 다음에 쓴 기사입니다. 제목은 Rose torches tough Augusta for 65 and 4-shot Masters lead. 7 holes into the Masters, Justin Rose was 2 over par and in no position to panic. He knew Augusta National in April was no picnic compared with the last one in November. He figured if he could get back to around even par by the end of the day, he would be fine. Rose never expected his best score in his 59 rounds at Augusta National. No one could have seen it coming either. Rose made 7 birdies and an eagle during a torrid 10-hole stretch for an opening 7 under 65, giving him a 4-shot lead Thursday in conditions that might only get tougher the rest of the way. It's incredible, Rose said. It's a good reminder that you just never know what can happen out there. It started with a nice hop off the mounds left of the green on the par 5 8th that set up a 10-foot eagle. Only 2 of his birdie putts were outside 8 feet. He holed a 12-foot par putt on the one green he missed. Not bad for a 40-year-old from England playing for the first time in a month while resting an ailing back. Twice a runner-up, including a playoff loss to Sergio Garcia 4 years ago, Rose tied the Masters record by taking at least a share of first-round lead for the 4th time. The other to do that was Jack Nicklaus. The difference? Nicklaus went on to win 2 of his 6 green jackets from that position. Brian Harmon, the last player to get into the 88-man field, and Hideki Matsuyama were wrapping up their rounds of 69 about the time Rose began on a course that was dry and crusty, on greens that were so fast there were splotches of brown. Among those at the 70 were former Masters champion Pat Reed and Masters newcomer Will Zalatoris. Jordan Spieth overcame a triple bogey from the trees on the number 9 and got a huge break when his chip on the 15th banged into the pin for eagle instead of running down into the water. He shot 71. Missing were a slew of red numbers on the leaderboard in conditions so difficult that Garcia said after a 76, "I feel like I just came out of the ring with Evander Holyfield." 5 months ago, in the first Masters held in November because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the turf was so soft that 53 players were under par after the opening round. Rose shot 65 on a day so tough, only 12 players broke par, and the average score was 74.5. The second round average score was about 2.5 strokes better than on Thursday. British Open champion Shane Lowry chipped from the back of the 15th green into the water in front of the green. He escaped with a bogey and managed a 71. US amateur champion Tyler Strafasi hit a 60-foot putt from behind the 9th green that wound up 75 feet away on the other side. Defending champion Dustin Johnson, who set the record last year at 20 under 268, failed to break par for the first time since the opening round in 2018. He 3-putted for double bogey on the 18th for a 74. "I feel sorry for the guys. First Masters in November, and then they were walking out there today wondering what the hell is going on, Kevin Kisner said after a hard-earned 72. This was no surprise. Augusta National has not had a rain in more than a week, and the players could not recall the last time greens were this fast during practice rounds, much less with a scorecard in hand on Thursday. It's my 10th year, but I've never seen the greens so firm and fast, Matsuyama said. So it was like a new course for me playing today, and I was fortunate to get it around well. And what to say of Rose? Even in more forgiving conditions, he had never done better than 67. I didn't feel like today was the day for the 65, if I'm honest, Rose said. No one needed convincing list of all Brian DeChambeau and Rory McIlroy among top players who struggled with the wind and had just as many problems when the ball was on the ground. DeChambeau, the US Open champion who has been licking his chops about to bring his supersized game to Augusta National, didn't make a birdie until the 15th hole and shot 76, his highest score as a pro at the Masters. Patrick Cantlay hit into the water on both par 3s on the back 9 and shot 79. Guys are going to shoot themselves out of the golf tournament on day one, Webb Simpson said after a late double bogey forced him to settle for a 70. McIlroy, needing a green jacket to complete the career Grand Slam, hit his father with a shot on the 7th hole. That was about the most interesting moment in his round of 76. Lee Westwood, who had a pair of runner-up finishes in the Florida swing, had a 78. Rose looked as though he might be headed that direction. He made a soft bogey on number 1. He three-putted across the green on number 7. He was 2 over, though not ready to panic. He knew it was tough. He also knew he was headed in the wrong direction. You can't win the golf tournament today. Even with a 65, you can't win it today, Rose said. You can only probably lose it today, obviously. I reset just prior to that and thought if I can get myself back around even par, that would be a good day's work. He hit 5 wood into 10 feet for eagle and the 9-iron to the dangerous left pin on the number 9 to 4 feet for birdie. He holed a 25-foot putt on the 10th and high 8-iron to 6 feet on number 12. It never stopped. Even from the first cut of rough on the 17th, his wedge settled 4 feet from the hole. He finished going over the details of that incredible stretch, smiled and said, "Sounds easy." It looked that way, but only for him. 그 다음은 워싱턴 포스트 지의 그 골프 기사입니다. 기자 이름은 척 쿨페퍼. 제목은 Justin Rose with a back 9 out of a dream races to a 4-shot lead at the Masters. With each description from the world's best players about the beast lines of Augusta National on Thursday, its firmness, its fastness, its fickle wind, Justin Rose's round gained more shine as it went along. It kept shining through the afternoon until it had to register as one of the prettiest rounds ever seen at the Masters, given the conditions. His 7 under par 65 for a 4-shot lead came on a day when almost everybody played defense and nobody figured to do anything luminous. But then here came the 40-year-old Rose with a 10-hole stretch right out of a dream. From number 8 to number 17, he packed an eagle 7 birdies and 2 pars. When he finished, he almost matched the 5-shot lead Craig Wood had after Thursday at the 1941 Masters, which Wood won eventually, a first-round lead never since equaled. Rose settled for a par on number 18 and remained 4 shots ahead of Hideki Matsuyama and Brian Harman, 5 ahead of Webb Simpson, Patrick Reed, and the youngsters Will Zalatoris and Christian Bezuidenhout. Yet even with that more closing par, the 2013 US Open champion had the best of his 59 Masters rounds and maybe the best from among his 71 major tournaments. They always say you can't win the Masters on Thursday, but apparently you sure can try. I putted the ball beautifully and led the greens unbelievably well, Rose told reporters in Augusta, Georgia after the first day of his 16th Masters across 18 years. If you had said to me walking up the 8th hole, I'd have said I had no chance at the 65. This course is playing a little too tricky for that, but it's incredible. It's a good reminder that you just never know what can happen out there. Just to stick with it on the golf course. Long since hurrying to visibility at the age of 17 as an amateur in the 1998 British Open, Rose has been around long enough that he had held 3 other first-round Masters leads in 2004 alone, in 2007 in a tie with Brett Wetterich, and in 2008 in a tie with eventual champion Trevor Immelman. He dueled Sergio Garcia on Sunday of 2017 Masters before succumbing on the first hole of a playoff when Rose got stuck behind the Magnolia, as can happen. Yet he has never led in the manner in which he led after the 65, after a stretch that in ways sold more than his 2013 US Open title at the Marion near Philadelphia. He reached number 8 at 2 over par, yearning in the muddle with the others. His year had been crummy. His ranking had slipped to number 41. His previous event had been the Arnold Palmer in Orlando in March, and his back forced him to withdraw from that. Then he knocked it from 273 yards to 9 feet to eagle, from 147 to 4 feet to birdie number 9, from 191 to 26 feet to birdie number 10, to 6 feet to birdie the par 3 number 12, from 68 feet to 3 feet to birdie the par 5 number 13, from the sand to 6 feet to birdie the par 5 number 15, to 14 feet to birdie the par 3 number 16, and from 148 yards to 5 feet to birdie the par 4 number 17. I knew 2 over 37 is not the end of the world, Rose said, but I also knew you were going in the wrong direction. So obviously the eagle, boom, straight back in there, and I guess almost just piggybacking with a birdie straight away at number 9. Suddenly I turned in 1 under, and I could feel like I could actually leave the front 9 as a job. Well done, and kind of move on to the next on the back 9 and build a score. So he went from a job well done to a job spectacularly done, and as he went along, the words of his competitors served as meaningful background music telling of the hardness for all but one, as the Masters resembled 5 months after its rare autumn turn of November. Dustin Johnson, who won that event at 20 under par last year and shot 2 over 74 with a closing double bogey Thursday, told the reporters in Augusta he found the course playing definitely a lot tougher just because when the greens are firm and fast here, the golf course plays difficult. Then you add the wind in today, it made it play really difficult. Reed, the 2018 Masters champion, told the reporters, "Yeah, I'll definitely accept the 2 under par round," which he did produce. Siwoo Kim, who shot a commendable 1 under 71, said, "It's a really different from 5 months ago." John Rahm, who shot 72, said, "It was a battle. There was not one moment where you felt relaxed or where I felt relaxed out there." Bejuidan Hood, the promising 26-year-old South African, said, "Like now, there's some places where you can't even hold the green with a 7-iron in your hand, where in November, you're going for flex with a 4-iron in your hand." Brooks Koepka, the 4-time major winner who shot 74, said, "There's not much grass on a couple of those greens." Harmon said, "You get down around Amen Corner, and it's so hard to read that wind. If you've got an in-between number, it's easy to be uncommitted." And Simpson, the 2012 US Open champion, who always seems a reasonable choice to win, said guys are going to shoot themselves out of the golf tournament on day one. "I knew it would be tough today. I didn't know it would be. We'd be dealing with gusty winds like we were. It was tough for all but one dude." "Yeah," Rose said. "I didn't feel like today was the day for the 65, if I'm honest." 예, 지금 화면에 보이는 리 웨스트우드도 컷 탈락이죠. 자기 아들을 캐드로 내세워가지고 1986년에 6번째 메이저를 차지했던 잭 니클라우스처럼 우승하면서 최고 연장 우승자가 되려고 노력했는데 다 꿈이 되어 버렸습니다. 자, 이제 지금 더스틴 존슨이 퍼트를 준비하고 있네요. 파퍼트입니다, 이것도. 예, 놓치네요. 자, 그러면 더스틴 존슨은 마지막 홀에서 버디를 못 잡으면 보따리 쌉니다. 전년도 패자가. 참, 골프가 마음대로 안 되죠. 오늘 뭐 더블 보기 하나에 보기 5에 버디 5. 결국 오늘 2오버를 치네요. 그 파5 15번 홀에서 세컨샷이 물에 들어간 게 아주 치명적이었습니다. 거기다가 지금 파4 17번 홀에서 보기를 하면서 이제는 뭐 더 이상 물러설 데가 없네요. 이제 한 홀 남았습니다. 그런 거 보면 오늘 김시우가 15번 홀에서 버디를 못 잡아가지고 너무 열받아가지고 퍼트를 뭐 구부려서 5번 우드로만 세월 퍼트를 했지만 오늘 뭐 잘 쳤습니다. 탑 10에 들어가고 충분히 우승 가능성이 있습니다. 뭐 이제 선두에 세타백이 뒤진 거 아니니까 이제 겨우 반타작, 반환점을 돌았으니까요. 18번은 오늘 8번째로 쉬운 홀이라 그러네요. 평균 스코어가 4.03타. 뭐 조금 파보다 조금 더 치는 홀이니까 괜찮네요. 오늘 데일리 베스트를 친 선수는 누군가 하면은 6언더 60타를 친 선수들이 데일리 베스트군요. 여기에는 베른트 비스베르거 오스트리아 선수하고 토니 피나우 두 명이 있습니다. 김시우는 오늘 3언더 69타를 치면서 어제보다가 2타 더 잘 쳤으니까 잘 친 겁니다. 사실 오늘 김시우가 백라인이 너무 아까웠어요. 사실 10번 홀이죠. 10번 홀에서 또 버디 기회가 있었고 11번 홀에서도 버디 기회를 놓쳤고요. 또 특히 14번에서는 뭐 아주 짧은 파퍼트를 놓치면서 기회를 많이 좀 상실했습니다. 사실 오늘 김시우가 최소한 한 6언더 2타 정도 더 줄여가지고 내일 저스틴 로즈와 마지막 쪽으로 출발할 수 있었는데 많이 아깝게 됐습니다. 그러나 아직 2라운드가 남아있으니까 충분히 우승할 수 있습니다. 제 개인적인 바람은 김시우가 이 마스터즈 우승해서 병역 면제를 받았으면 하는 것입니다. 사실 박근혜가 대통령 할 때 배상문에게 병역 면제를 주는 게 참 옳았다고 봅니다. 지금 배상문이가 PGA 투어에서도 그냥 쫓겨나가지고 2부 투어 거기서 지금 헤매고 있는데요. 참 너무 아깝습니다. PGA 투어 2승을 한 선수인데. 메이저 2009년에 PGA 선수권 우승한 양용훈하고 똑같은 PGA 투어 2승자잖아요. 배상문이. 지금 김시우가 3승을 했군요. 한국 선수로서는 최경주의 8승 다음으로 많네요. 지금 로리 맥길로이가 17번에서 세컨샷을 하고 있는데 6오버로 거의 보따리 싸게 되겠고 전년도 우승자 더스틴 잔슨하고 준우승자 임성재가 거의 탈락할 위기에 있습니다. 지난주에 여자 첫 메이저 ANA 영감에서 한국 선수가 참 우승하지 못한 것은 좀 많이 섭섭했습니다. 여러분도 그렇게 느꼈겠죠. 저는 특히 고진영이나 박인비가 마지막 날 참 치고 올라오지 못한 것이 너무 아까웠었습니다. 태국의 21살 LPGA 신인인 파티 타바타나킷이 결국 18언더로 고보경에 2타 앞서서 우승하면서 46만 5천 달러의 상금을 받았는데요. 고진영이나 박인비가 고보경이가 그날 60이다 10언더를 쳤는데 이렇게 정도 쳤으면은 가능성이 있었을지도 모릅니다. 이 지금 화면에 보이는 젠더 쇼프리가 참 퍼팅을 잘하는 선수예요. 키도 한국 사람처럼 작고 덩치도 별로 많이 나가지 않은데 저스틴 타머스처럼 아주 그냥 빵빵하게 치는 선수입니다. 참고로 현재 페덱스컵 랭킹을 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 자, 지금 PGA 투어 선수들로서는 궁극적인 목적이 사실은 8월에 투어 선수권에서의 페덱스컵 투어 선수권에 우승해서 페덱스컵을 갖는 게 꿈이죠. 작년에 임성재가 거의 최종 우승한 더스틴 잔슨과 맞짱을 떴었는데 3일째 경기에서 무너지면서 결국 200억 건질 수 있는 기회를 놓쳤죠. 1,500만 달러. 자, 지금 화면에 더스틴 잔슨 세컨샷이 나오는데 이거 버디 못 잡으면 집에 갑니다. 예. 그린에 올라오지도 못했네. 벙커 앞에 떨어졌는데 저게 서드샷이 더 넣어야 되는 거니까 끝났다고 봐야 되겠습니다. 그러면 지금 페덱스컵 랭킹 말씀드리기 전에 방금 지금 다니엘 버거가 파3 16번 홀에서 긴 버디를 넣으면서 3오버 컷에 올라갔네요. 다니엘 버거가 2홀에서 무너지지 않으면 주말 나갈 수 있습니다. 그리고 존 람은 17번에서 버디 잡으면서 2분 파. 지금 3오버 커트라인에 걸려서 주말 라운드를 돌 수 있게 된 선수가 몇 명인가 하면 그러니까 48이죠. 공동 48위에 있는 선수들이 지금 8명입니다. 제이슨 코크라하고 프란체스코 몰리나리, 빌리 호쉘, 필 미켈슨, 아담 스콧, 세바스티안 무노즈, 이안 풀터, 다니엘 버거 이렇게 8명은 턱걸이로 살았고요. 이제 보따리 싸는 선수들이 지금 요 마지막 칩샷을 남기고 있는 더스틴 잔슨, 그 다음에 지미 워커, 맥 쿠차, 맥스 호마, 세리오 가르시아 등 5명입니다. 아깝네요. 지금 이거 안 들어가겠죠? 예, 끝났습니다. 지금 백해서 홀에 들어가야 되는데 불가능이죠. 파악이도 어렵겠네. 페덱스컵에 지금 예상 순위를 보면요. 그래도 김시우가 지금 현재 성적으로 봐서는 탑 20 안에 들어갈 수가 있습니다. 그리고 이번에 탈락한 임성재는 19위에서 23위로 4계단이나 밀립니다. 현재 페데스컵 탑 10은 1565점인 그 브라이슨 디샹보, 현재 US 오픈 챔피언이죠. 가 1위고요. 2위는 저스틴 타머스. 거의 같은 점수입니다. 1568점. 그리고 3위가 컷에 탈락한 그 패트릭 켄트레이고 1280점. 그다음에 4위가 노르웨이의 그 젊은 친구 빅토르 호브란드입니다. 1215점. 그리고 5위가 지금 플레이하고 있는 그 젠더 쇼프리 1155점입니다. 그리고 6위는 1070점인 조던 스피스. 그 다음에 이 7위가 현재 컷 탈락하는 더스틴 잔슨 1139점입니다. 그리고 8위가 1105점인 토니 피나우고, 그리고 9위는 1161점인 빌리 호셸, 그리고 10위는 1111점인 해리스 잉글리시입니다. 근데 사실 이제 그 3위 패트릭 켄트리를 제외하고 나머지 9명은 아직 뭐 이틀 토요일, 일요일 플레이를 하면 순위가 바뀔 수가 있습니다. 네, 파도 못하죠. 결국 보기로. 결국 5오버로 탈락입니다. 15, 17, 18 세월을 다 보기로 했네요. 김시우는 현재 23위인데 지금 19위까지 올라갈 것 같고요. 이 선수는 아마추어죠. 오늘 이번에 그 3명이 아마추어가 나왔는데 3명 다 한 명도 그 컷에 통과하지 못했습니다. 그래서 금년 마스터즈에서는 그 아마추어 상을 받는 선수가 없겠네요. 참 그 LPGA는 우리 한국 선수들이 다 그냥 섞어 나오고 있지만 참 PGA 투어는 미국 선수들이 뭐 대세입니다. 그 참고로 현재 세계 랭킹을 한번 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 세계 랭킹은 지금 임성재가 지금 19위고요. 이번 주에 탑 10은 더스틴 잔슨, 저스틴 타머스, 존 람, 콜린 모리카와, 브라이슨 디샹보, 젠더 쇼프리, 패트릭 리드, 티렐 하턴, 웹 심슨, 패트릭 켄트레이입니다. 그 다음에 이제 OWGR 그 세계 랭킹 11위에서 20위까지가 브룩스 캡카, 로리 맥길로이, 토니 피나우, 빅토르 호브란드, 다니엘 버거, 매튜 피츠패트릭, 빌리 호셸, 폴 케이시, 임성재, 리 웨스트우드 이렇게 탑 20를 형성하고 있습니다. 그 LPGA는 이제 뭐 보통 메이저는 무조건 거의 4개인데요. 테니스도 그렇고. 그 LPGA만 지금 메이저를 5개로 지금 지정을 하고 있는데 금년 첫 메이저는 뭐 그 태국 선수가 갖고 왔으니까 나머지 남은 그 4대회를 한국 선수들이 다 가져왔으면 좋겠습니다. 참고로 LPGA 그 스케줄을 말씀드리면 이제 이번 주는 이제 없고요. 다음 주에 이게 하와이에서 롯데 선수권이 있습니다. 4월 14일에서부터 17일까지 미국 시각으로, 그러니까 한국 시각으로는 4월 15일에서 18일이겠죠. 롯데 선수권이 총 상금이 200만 불이고요. 작년 우승자는 그 캐나다의 브룩 M 핸더슨입니다. 바로 계속해서 4월 21일에서 24일에 그 LA에서 LA 오픈이 열립니다. 총 상금은 150만 불이고요. 작년 우승자는 이민지입니다. 그리고 그 다음에 이제 4월 29일부터 5월 2일까지는 무대를 싱가포르로 옮겨서 작년에 그 팬데믹 때문에 열리지 못했던 여자 세계 선수권 그 박성현이 2년 전에 우승했었죠. 이 대회가 총 상금 160만 불로 싱가포르에서 열립니다. 그리고 바로 미국으로 건너와서 5월 6일부터 9일 사이에 미국으로 바로 건너지 않고 싱가포르에서 태국 첨부리로 옮겨서 그 2년 전에 양희영이 우승했던 LPGA 태국이 160만 불 그 상금으로 개최됩니다. 그래서 그리고 이제 그 다음에 그 중국에서 뭐 대회가 열릴 뻔했는데 중국이 이제 그 대회를 취소하면서 선수들이 한 주를 쉬고 5월 20일부터 5월 23일까지 그 버지니아 윌리엄스버그에서 퓨어 실크 선수권이 열립니다. 현재 그 이전 대회에서 승자는 영국의 그 브론테 로입니다. 그리고 5월 26일부터 30일 사이에 네바다주 라스베가스에서 처음 그 열리는 대회인데요. 그 여자 대회에서는 드물게 매치 플레이가 개최됩니다. 총 상금은 뭐 크진 않은데 150만 불이고. 그리고 바로 다음 주에 이제 작년 12월에 우리의 한국의 김아림이 우승했던 엄청난 상금이죠. 우승 상금이 뭐 100만 불이니까 총 상금이 550만 불. US 여자 오픈이 개최됩니다. US 여자 오픈은 뭐 한국 선수들 동무대니까 이번에도 우승할 것이라고 믿습니다. 거기 이제 US 여자 오픈이 두 번째 메이저고 세 번째 메이저인 여자 PGA 선수권은 6월 24일부터 27일까지 나흘 동안 조지아주 잔스 크릭에서 430만 불의 상금을 가지고 열립니다. 지금 여기에 그 작년 대회에서는 우리 김세영이 첫 메이저 우승을 차지했었죠. 그리고 이제 7월 22일부터 25일까지 프랑스 에비앙 레 뱅에서 아문디 에비앙 선수권, 뭐 그냥 에비앙 선수권이 열리죠. 결국 그 고진영이 이제 2년 전에 우승했는 대회인데 이것도 상금은 큽니다. 450만 불 열리고요. 여기 이제 네 번째 메이저고, 그 다음에 마지막 이제 여자 메이저로서 그 여자 오픈 8월 19일부터 22일까지 스코틀랜드의 카누스티에서 저도 한번 플레이 해봤습니다. 참 좋고 어려운 코스입니다. 여기서 450만 불의 상금을 걸고 열리는데, 여기 지금 작년에 뭐 한국 선수들은 코로나 바이러스 때문에 참가를 안 해서 결국 독일의 그 무명 소피아 포포프가 우승한 대회죠. 열리고, 그 다음에 메이저는 그렇게 끝나고 이제 마지막 LPGA 대회는 11월 18일부터 21일 사이에 그 투어 선수권, 이것도 고진영이 우승, 그 작년도 우승자죠. 상금 150만 불. 작년에는 100만 불 받았나요? 금년에는 다시 상금이 150만 불 늘어납니다. 플로리다의 네이플즈에서 총 500만 불을 걸고 열리죠. 이게 이제 시즌 마지막 대회고, 존남은 2분파로 마쳤네요. 존남도 뭐 아들 낳았는데 그것만 해도 뭐 기쁘겠죠. 다니엘 버거는 판대 놓칩니다. 집에 갑니다. 버거도. 예, 아깝네요. 아직 마지막 홀이 남았군요. 이게 지금 17번 홀에서 보기로 했으니까. 근데 다니엘 버거도 18번 마지막 홀에서 버디를 못 잡으면 집에 갑니다. 현재 금년에 그 PGA 투어의 지금 가장 그 위험한 선수 사실은 그 안병훈입니다. 강성훈은 이제 2019년에 우승한 게 있어가지고 그때 텍사스 오픈에서 우승했죠. 그래서 그 내년도 뭐 금년에 상금 125위 안에 못 들어도 페덱스컵 랭킹이 못 들어도 내년에 뛰는데 문제 없는데, 안병훈은 금년에 125위 안에 들지 못하면 마이너리그로 밀려야 됩니다. 그러니까 지금 안병훈이 사실은 제일 걱정이고, 뭐 임성재나 김시우, 그다음에 그 강성훈, 뭐 세선, 그다음에 이경훈까지 다 별 문제가 없어 보입니다. PGA 투어는 이제 남은 일정을 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 다음에 이제 PGA 투어로 넘어와서 여기 지금 뭐 로리 맥길로이 뭐 이건 파군요. 로리 맥길도 6오버로 집에 가서 쉬겠습니다. PGA 투어는 다음 주에 그 헤리티지가 710만 불의 상금을 걸고 열립니다. 그리고 4월 22일부터 25일까지는 취리 클래식 이 740만 불. 그 다음에 4월 29일부터 5월 2일까지 발스파 선수권 이건 690만 불. 조금 상금이 낮네요. 그 다음에 제가 개인적으로 참 좋아하는 대회인데 5월 6일부터 9일까지 810만 불 상금을 걸고 노스캐롤라이나 샬롯의 케일 할로우 클럽에서 웰즈 파고 선수권이 열립니다. 그래서 계속해서 5월 13일부터 16일까지는 또 같은 금액 810만 불의 그 바이런 넬슨, 이 두 대회 다 작년에는 그 코비드 19 때문에 열리지 못했습니다. 그리고 이제 다음 달 20일에서 23일 그 사우스캐롤라이나의 기아와 아일랜드에서 그 오션 코스에서 PGA 선수권 2021년 대회가 열립니다. 작년 8월에 그 콜린 모리카와가 우승하면서 198만 불을 받은 대회였죠. 이게 이제 금년에 두 번째, 이번 주 지금 이 마스터즈 다음으로 열리는 두 번째 메이저고, PGA 투어 남자 대회 그다음 세 번째 이제 메이저는 6월 17일부터 20일 사이 캘리포니아주 샌디에고 그 토레이 파인즈 사우스 코스에서 열립니다. 이게 작년 10월에 그 대회에서는 브라이슨 디샹보가 우승하면서 225만 불을 받았었습니다. 그리고 남자 대회의 마지막 그 디오프는 7월 15일서부터 18일까지 잉글랜드의 켄트의 샌드윅에서 있는 로얄 세인트 조지스 골프 클럽에서 열립니다. 지금 화면에 마지막 메이저 받은 고 지금 아직 잠잠한 선수 5명이 소개되는데, 뭐 하나도 아직 못 받은 선수들이 많은데 뭐 하나 이상 얻었으면 상당히 뭐 충분한 거죠. 우리 한국의 양용훈도 타이거 우즈를 깬 2009년 아시아 선수 유일하게 한번 놓고, 뭐 그 이후에 12년이 지났지만 지금 더 이상의 그 남자 아시아 출신 남자 메이저 우승자는 나오지 않고 있지 않습니까? 이번 대회에 뭐 김시우나 그 히데키 마츠야마가 우승하는 것도 사실은 좋습니다. 저는 뭐 미국 선수 우승하는 거 별로 바라지 않고요. 유럽이나 가능한 비미국인 인터내셔널 선수가 이기는 걸 좋아합니다. 지금 이게 아마 지금 마지막 18번 홀인데 비춰주고 있는데, 마지막 조 같습니다. 예, 맞네요. 다른 선수도 이미 다 이제 둘째 날 경기를 마쳤고요. 지금 마지막 홀을 플레이하는 선수들이 1오버의 패트릭 리드, 그 다음에 2오버의 폴 케이시, 그 다음에 지금 이제 급한 그 4오버의 다니엘 버그 이 셋입니다. 폴 케이시는 뭐 지금 벙커 들어갔지만 여기서 보기해도 뭐 주말 라운드 3, 4라운드 나가는데 문제 없어 보입니다. 문제 없습니다. 커트라인은 공동 50위까지인데 이제 예상은 54명이 그 주말 라운드를 돌겠습니다. 지금 뭐 선두 7연대의 저스틴 로즈와 그 마지막 공동 48위에 있는 선수들 7명이 3오버파인데 타수 차이가 15개밖에 나지 않아서 뭐 이틀 동안 누가 광분을 하면 뭐 다 우승할 수도 있겠습니다. 지금 3오버 공동 48위로 그것을 걸려서 통과하는 선수들이 8명이 있습니다. 아까 말씀드렸는데 코크락, 몰리나리, 호셸, 미켈슨, 스캇, 무노즈, 풀터. 방금 지금 폴 케이시 볼은 그린 올라갔죠? 자, 이제 1오버 공동 32인인 패트 리드가 155야드를 남기고 샷을 합니다. 벙커로 들어가지는 않았네요. 폴 케이시하고 패트 리드 둘 다 그린을 올라가지는 못했습니다. 자, 이제 마지막 다니엘 버그 4오버인데 이거 붙여가지고 버디 못 잡으면 집에 갑니다. 146야드를 남겼네요. 어우, 벙커입니다. 어렵겠습니다. 역시 그게 압박감이 큰 거죠. 뭐 저도 아마추어에 지나지 않지만. 거의 마무리가 되어 가는 것 같습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 마지막으로 순위를 말씀드리겠습니다. 현재 7언더 단독 선두는 저스틴 로즈입니다. 그리고 6언더 공동 2위에 윌 젤라토리스와 브라이언 하먼, 그리고 5언더 공동 4위에 마크 레이시만, 조던 스피스, 베른트 비스베르거, 토니 피나우, 그리고 저스틴 타머스고요. 아닙니다. 마크 레이시만과 조던 스피스가 5언더로 공동 3위고, 그 다음에 공동 6위 4언더에는 우리 한국의 김시우, 그리고 베른트 비스베르거, 토니 피나우, 저스틴 타머스, 캐머런 챔프, 히데키 마츠야마, 이렇게 6명입니다. 그리고 12위에 3언더 젠더 쇼프리가 혼자 있습니다. 그리고 2언더 공동 13위에 라이언 팔머, 콜린 모리카와 카메론 스미스, 코레이 코너즈의 4명이고요. 그 다음에 1언더 공동 17위에 브라이슨 디샹보, 맷 존스, 스튜어트 싱크, 빅토르 호브란드의 4시 있습니다. 방금 벙커에서 그 다니엘 버그가 샷을 한 개 들어가지 않아서 결국 탈락입니다. 저 누구죠? 폴 케이시. 이제 벙커에서 그 모래가 나오니까 수건으로 쓸어서 닦고 있습니다. 저게 지금 가능한 모양이죠. 옛날에는 저기 못하게 돼 있는데 참 골프룰도 세월에 따라서 바뀌는 것 같아요. 자, 폴 캐시가 버디를 노립니다. 어휴, 파는 하겠죠. 현재 이 유튜브 전체 시간이 3시간 56분 정도 지났네요. 거의 지금 마지막입니다. 제가 지금 제 블로그를 보고 있는데, 여러분은 메이저 대회가 언제부터 시작한지 아시죠? 1860년 영국 오픈, 디오픈이라고 그러죠. 거기서부터 시작했습니다. 첫 대회를 이긴 선수가 당시는 지금처럼 뭐 나흘 동안 4라운드를 도는 게 아니었고요. 그때는 제가 알기로는 스코틀랜드 프로골퍼 1860년에 8명이 참가해가지고 하루 만에 36골 돌아가지고 우승자를 결정했습니다. 그래서 그때 이긴 초대 메이저 우승자가 윌리 파크 시니어입니다. 그래서 이 사람이 1860년 디오픈 초대 우승을 했고요. 그래서 윌리 파크 시니어는 1860년, 1863년, 1866년, 1875년 이렇게 4번 다 이겼습니다. 그리고 그 다음에 이제 이게 대회가 스코틀랜드의 프레스윅 골프 클럽에서 열렸는데요. 저도 1990년대 한번 가서 쳐본 적이 있습니다. 지금은 이제 18홀 코스인데 1860년에 첫 대회가 열렸을 때는 홀이 12홀짜리 골프장이었습니다. 그래서 8명의 선수들이 12홀을 3바퀴 도는, 그러니까 36홀을 돌아서 우승자를 가렸습니다. 사실 그때 이제 제일 스코틀랜드에서 잘하는 골프는 우승한 윌리 팍 시니어보다는 이제 톰 모리스 시니어 또는 올드 톰 모리스라고 불리는 사람이 더 잘 쳤는데, 이 사람은 첫 해는 이기지 못했고 이제 그 다음에 1861년 2회 대회에서 이겼습니다. 그래서 이제 올드 톰 모리스는 1860년에 한번 이기고 또 그 다음에 1862년과 또 1864년, 1867년 이렇게 4번 우승하면서 윌리 파크 시니어와 같은 디오픈 4승을 했습니다. 그리고 메이저 3호는 제 3호 선수는 1865년에 우승한 앤드류 스트라스고요. 메이저 4호는 올드 톰 모리스의 아들인 영 톰 모리스입니다. 1868년에 처음 이기고 그 다음에 내리 3년 68년, 1868년, 69년, 1970년 3년승에 또 한 해 지나서 1872년에 이기면서 4승을 한 영텀 모리스가 메이저 넘버 4입니다. 이제 이게 일화가 있는데요. 왜 1871년에는 대회가 열리지를 못했는데 이유가 있습니다. 이제 영톰 모리스가 68년에서 70년 3연패를 하면서 벨트를 가져가 버렸습니다. 영원히 본인이 소장이 된 거죠. 그래가지고 프레스윅 골프 클럽의 회원들이 이제 뭘 벨트를 만들어야 되는데 아마 이제 돈이 좀 부족했던 모양이에요. 그래가지고 1871년엔 열리지 못하고 그다음에 이제 새로 벨트를 만들어서 벨트인가 그다음 70년부터 아마 클라렛 저그라고 항아리처럼 생긴 거 술병처럼 생긴 그거를 아마 상을 준 것 같은데 그게 1872년부터 다시 이제 열리면서 영톰 모리스가 한 번 더 이겼죠. 그리고 메이저 넘버 5호는 1873년에 이긴 톰 키드입니다. 근데 이제 영톰 모리스는 마지막 네 번째 1872년 디오픈을 이기고 난 다음에 그의 아마 크리스마스 가까이 돼가지고 젊은 나이인데 사망했습니다. 아내가 아기를 낳으면서 아마 죽었는데 그게 너무 슬퍼가지고 가슴앓이를 하다가 같이 같은 해 그냥 죽었다고 이렇게 제가 알고 있습니다. 그리고 메이저 넘버 6는 1874년에 우승한 문고 파크. 그리고 메이저 7호는 1876년과 1885년 9년 차를 두고 두 번 우승한 법 마틴입니다. 그러니까 이제 스페링어는 BOBMARTIN인데 미국 사람들은 이제 발음을 밥 마틴이라고 하겠죠. 근데 영국 사람들은 철자대로 있습니다. 그래서 법 마틴. 메이저 넘버 8, 8호는 1877년, 1878년, 1879년 또 3연승을 한 제미 앤더슨, 똑같이 스코틀랜드 사람입니다. 이 사람이 이제 넘버 8번 제 8호고 9호도 1880년, 1881년, 1882년 내리 또 3년을 이긴 봇 퍼거슨입니다. 그리고 이제 오늘 소개할 메이저 제 10호는 1883년에 우승한 윌리 퍼니입니다. 그래서 이제 제 8호인 제미 앤더슨과 9호 법 퍼거슨은 두 사람 다 디오픈을 3연패를 했습니다. 이제 이 정도 영국 오픈 얘기는 끝내고요. 미국 오픈은 1895년도에 시작했습니다. 그래서 첫 대회는 우승자는 호라스 롤린즈인데요. 이제 영국 오픈하고 같은 이제 선수들 차례대로 매기면 메이저 20호가 되겠습니다. 그래서 1895년에 메이저 20호 선수인 호라스 롤린즈가 이겼고, 그리고 1896년에 메이저 22호 선수인 제임스 풀리스, 그리고 1897년 제3회 대회는 메이저 23호인 조 로이드, 그리고 1898년 제4회 대회는 메이저 24호인 프레드 허드입니다. 그리고 1899년 이제 19세기 마지막 대회죠. 이때 그 US 오픈 우승자는 메이저 제25호인 윌리 스미스입니다. 그다음 이제 세 번째 메이저는 뭐 우리 한국의 양용훈이 그 이긴 아주 제가 가장 좋아하는 대회죠. PGA 선수권입니다. 첫 대회는 1916년에 열렸습니다. 그래서 그 메이저 제42호 선수인데 제임스 M 반즈 또는 짐 반즈라고 불리는 그 선수가, 미국 선수가 이제 첫 PGA 선수권을 우승했는데요. PGA 선수권은 처음부터 그 아마추어는 없이 그 프로들만 그 대회를 했는데, 이때는 초기에는 1957년까지인가 그 매치 플레이였습니다. 그래서 그 지금처럼 스트로크 플레이가 아니고 1대1로 붙는 그 대회였는데, 1916년에 첫 대회에서는 이제 지금 말씀드렸더니 제임스 M 반즈가 우승했고요. 그리고 1917년과 18년은 이 두 해는 그 제1차 세계대전 때문에 열리지 못했습니다. 그래서 3년이 지난 1919년에 제2회 대회가 열렸는데, 이때도 우승자는 초대 대회 우승자인 그 제임스 N 반즈가 그 2승을 했습니다. 그러니까 뭐 어떻게 보면 2연패를 한 거죠. 두 번 열린 대회 두 번 다 이겼으니까. 그리고 1920년 제3회 PGA 선수권은 메이저 제44호 선수인 족 허치슨 이겼고요. 그리고 1921년 대회는 여러분 많이 들어보셨을 겁니다. 그 메이저 승수에서 잭 니클라우스 18승, 그리고 타이거 우즈 15승의 다음으로 많은 메이저 12승의 월터 하겐입니다. 또는 월터 헤이건, 미국식 발음하면 이제 우승했고요. 그리고 1922년과 23년은 그 진 사라센 커리어 그랜드슬램을 달성한 아주 그 대단한 선수죠. 이 선수가 2연패를 했습니다. 그리고 또 1924년부터 27년까지는 그 제 4회 대회를 이긴 월터 헤이건이 또 4연패를 합니다. 24년, 25년, 26년, 27년. 그래서 월터 헤이건은 1927년까지 PGA 선수권만 5승을 한 대단한 기록을 세우게 됩니다. 그리고 1929년, 28년에서 29년, 2년 동안은 메이저 제52호 선수인 레오 디겔이 2연패를 합니다. 이게 이제 PGA 선수권이고요. 그러니까 메이저 중에서 가장 마지막으로 그 탄생한 것이 이제 지금 보고 계시는 이 마스터즈 토너먼트인데, 마스터즈 토너먼트는 그 1934년에 처음 열렸습니다. 그래서 그 초대 대회는 메이저 제58호 선수인 호턴 스미스가 우승했고요. 그리고 1935년에 진 사라센, 1936년에 초대 그 마스터즈 우승자인 호턴 스미스가 2승을 하게 됩니다. 그리고 1937년에는 메이저 제66호 선수인 바이런 넬슨. 그래서 그 임성재의 별명이 그 아이언 넬슨입니다. 아이언 바이런이라 그러죠. 그 임성재가 아주 그 바이런 넬슨이 그렇게 아이언샷이 좋았답니다. 근데 이제 임성재가 그 아이언샷을 잘하니까 지금 임성재 별명이 그 아이언샷을 잘하는 바이런 넬슨처럼 아이언샷을 잘한다는 거죠. 그리고 1938년 제5회 마스터즈는 메이저 제68호 선수인 헨리 피카드, 그리고 1939년에는 렐프 굴달이 우승했습니다. 지금 이제 오늘 그 마스터즈 세컨드 라운드 하이라이트를 지금 보여주고 있네요. 지금 화면에 보이는 그 윌 젤라토리스, 사실 이 선수는 그 PGA 투어 2부 투어에서 뛰고 있는 선수인데, 그 작년에 이제 코로나 바이러스 때문에 PGA 투어에 뭐 잠깐 드러내면서 계속 성적이 좋았습니다. 지금은 뭐 2부 투어를 거치지 않고도 1부 투어를 뛸 수 있는 아마 자격이 되는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 사실 오늘 그 세컨드 라운드는 어제 질주를 했던 그 저스틴 로즈가 정말 다행스럽게 그 이분파 72타에 그치면서 더욱 재미가 있었습니다. 이게 그냥 뭐 저스틴 로즈가 오늘 한 4라운드 정도 쳐가지고 11언더 파가 되면 재미 하나도 없잖아요. 이제는 뭐 7언더, 6언더, 5언더, 4언더, 우리 김시우까지 세 타 차에 몇 명의 선수가 있는가 하면 선두권에 11명이 있으니까요. 아주 재미가 있었죠. 거기다 뭐 지금 줄줄이 오늘 그 4오버 또 5오버로 해서 그 집에 간 선수들이 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13명인데요. 쟁쟁합니다. 뭐 전년도 패자인 우승자인 더스틴 잔슨을 포함해 가지고 페덱스컵 랭킹 상위권 선수들이 상당히 많습니다. 지금 그 예상 페덱스 랭킹에서 상위권에 있는 14위의 그 브룩스 캡카, 30위인 리 웨스트우드, 그 다음에 17위인 다니엘 버거, 15위인 맥스 호마, 그 뭐죠? 제네시스 초청대 우승한 선수죠. 그 다음에 27위인 세리오 가르시아, 그 다음에 52위인 케빈 키스너, 매치플레이 우승자인데, 그 다음에 59위인 렌토 그리핀, 그 다음에 92위인 맷 쿠차. 그 페덱스컵 상위 랭킹 선수들 다 지금 탈락했습니다. 그다음에 이제 하위에 있는 157위인 데니 윌렛, 2017년 마스터즈 우승자죠. 2016년인가요? 2016년. 그 다음에 204위인 지미 워커, 213위인 마이크 위어도 다 보따리를 쌌습니다. 2, 4, 6, 8, 12이죠. 그러니까 지미 워커, 맷 쿠차, 맥스 호머, 세리오 가르시아, 다니엘 버거, 마이크 위어, 렌토 그리핀, 케빈 키스너, 데니 윌렛, 브룩스 캡카, 더스틴 잔슨, 리 웨스트우드. 여기 이제 우리 임성재까지 포함해서 그렇게 됐습니다. 지금 이제 그 선두인 7언더의 저스틴 로즈가 복귀를 하고 있는데 무슨 말인지 한번 들어볼까요? 끝났습니다. 그래서 이제 오늘 거의 끝났고 지금 제가 녹화한 시간이 전부 4시간 한 16분 정도 지납니다. 이제 마지막에 그 스타 스포츠 화면에 그 쭉 선수들 마지막 그 보여주고 아마 끝낼 것 같습니다. 예, 그러면 제 해설은 이 정도로 끝내고 제가 소리를 다시 올리도록 하겠습니다.
+1, and then Kevin Na. Gary Woodland at +1, along with Terrell Hatton and Scotty Scheffler, Charles Schwartzel. Winner here back in 11. And Matt Wallace at +2, along with Louis Oosthuizen. Jim Herman shot 200 today. Nice bounce back for him. Joaquin Niemann from Chile. And then Zavenhout also making the cut. Adam Scott at that +3 number, along with Munoz, Poulter, and Casey. +3 was the cut line, and Mike Weir, former champion with a 71. Lee Westwood also a 71. Ortiz with a 71. 3 amateurs in the field: Joe Long and Charles Osborne and Tyler Strafacci. None of those players making the cut for the weekend here at this 85th Masters. But as I mentioned, the weather forecast tomorrow, temperature should be in the low 80s. Might be some rain, but it won't be till later in the day. The forecast calling for some showers possibly around 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow. But it should be a fascinating weekend. Justin Rose leads the way by 1. And we're looking forward to some great golf here at the Augusta National Golf Club in Augusta, Georgia. So for all of us, I'm Roger Twibell. Thanks so much for being with us, and we will see you back here again tomorrow for third round coverage.
Every drive,
Great shot.
every putt, every decisive shot that shapes victory and cements legacy.
Life changer.
The Masters 2021 Daily Highlights, April 8th to 12th on Star Sports.
Team Larson and Team